Shabbat Shalom.
Of the children of Yashar, straight out of the book, the scriptures. Mercy sharper than fishing hooks, snagging souls, taking tolls, leaving devils shook. Who we be? Messengers, truth bringers, that's the key. Unlocking minds, leaving darkness in debris. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. Verses be thumping, shofars be blowing, beat be steady. Word power every hour, truth already. Planted deep secrets, keep fools unsteady. We elevate till your fate be ready. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close.
Come on, everyone. Rumahu Yahuwah. Yada Yahuwah.
We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close, hear us, yeah.
Yes. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. I am Ak Jimmy. We are getting ready to get started on our Shabbat study. Hope you're relaxed. Probably have a cup of coffee. Have your notes, your pen. Let's do this together. Again, I am Ak Jimmy. It is so wonderful that we're all here together on this wonderful, beautiful Yom. For this is the day that Yahuwah has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yes, let us rejoice and be glad in it. For all of you who are able-bodied people, if you're able to stand up, facing towards the eternal city, also known as Yahushalom, we are going to Palah. First, we're going to blow the shofar. And then we're going to go from there. All right. So let me go ahead and stand. May you raise your hands up to the Shamayim. All right. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, we come before you on this Shabbat Yom, O Abba, to the Atah, Abba Yahuwah, for bringing us together, Yahada, Abba, so that we, as a people, who are your people, O Abba, worship you on this Yom, praise you on this Yom, give all thanks and honor to you on this Yom, O Abba Yahuwah. Not only for ourselves, but for all our Akis and Akodis all around the world, the Mishpachah who call upon your name and seek your righteous face, O Abba Yahuwah. Abba, we ask that you do not deal with us according to our ways. Please forgive us for all of our transgressions that we have committed throughout the week, O Abba, up until this very moment. Help us to stand fast and walk steady on that straight and ancient path, O Abba, that has been set before us as you direct us by your Ruach HaKadosh. Abba, we pull off for all those who are ill in our midst. Abba, we ask that you would heal them from the top of their head to the bottom of their feet. May every cell in their body be rejuvenated in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Abba, we also pull off for our friends and our family, those who don't know you, those their eyes that have been closed to you, those who have rejected this truth that we have shared with them, oh Abba. We ask that you would soften their heart. We ask that you would give them ears to hear and eyes to see, oh Abba Yahuwah. Abba, we ask that you would come in our midst, oh Yah, that by your Ruach HaKodesh, that you would lead us and guide us into all truth, oh Abba, all amat. All these things we ask in the mighty name of your Bane on this wonderful Yom, on this Shabbat, the day that you have created as a set-apart day, oh Abba, unto you. Abba, we give you all praise. We give you all honor. And we give you all the thanks, oh Abba. Ruma mu Yahuwah, Abba Yahuwah. All these things we ask in the mighty name of your Bane, Yahusha HaMashiach. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. And hallelujah, Yahuwah. Amat. Ruma mu Yahuwah. Couldn't get that one out. Ooh wee. All right. Some days is better than others. It is okay. It is okay. All right. Mishpachah. So as we normally do, we're going to read the Torah. We're also going to read the Nabaim. We're also going to read the Katubim. For those of you who don't know what I just said, we are going to read out of the law, which is the Torah. We're going to read out of the Nabaim, which is the prophets. And we're also going to read out of the Katubim, which is the writings, which would also include the Brit HaKadash. Some people pronounce it as Brit Hadashah, which is also known as the New Testament or the New Writings. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. We are going to read out of Leviticus. And we are going to go to chapter 23, which is going to have a lot to do with what we're going to talk about today, because we are going to once again study the calendar. I got some new evidence and new information to share with those of you and those who have questions. I'm going to answer some of those questions according to the scripture. And so, yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So what we have here before us is Waquara, also known as Leviticus. Chapter 23, starting at verse 1. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Yasharal, and say to them, The appointed times, the Moadim of Yahuwah, which you are to proclaim as set-apart gatherings, Kadash gatherings. My Moadim are these. The very first one he speaks of here is the Shabbat. 6 days work is done, but the seventh Yom, or day, is a Shabbat of rest, a set-apart gathering. You do no work. It is a Shabbat to Yahuwah in all your dwellings. Okay? So now we're going to go to the writings, or excuse me, the Nabaim, the prophets. And there we are going to go to Yashayahu, Isaiah. And we're going to go to chapter 58. And it reads, verse 13, Isaiah chapter 58, verse 13. If you do turn your foot or turn back your foot from the Shabbat, from doing your pleasure on my set-apart day, my Kadash Yom, and shall call the Shabbat a delight, the set-apart Yom of Yahuwah esteemed, or Rumamu, and shall Rumamu it, not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own dabarim, or words. Then you shall delight yourself in Yahuwah, and I shall cause you to ride on the heights of the Arats, and feed you with the inheritance of Yaqub, your Abba. For the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken. So now let's go to the writings. And here we are going to go to Matityahu, chapter 5. Starting at verse 17. Do not think that I came to destroy the Torah or the prophets, that is to not nullify, that is to not destroy, that is to not abolish, that is to not get rid of, that is to not void the Torah or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to complete, or some would say fulfill. For truly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one yod or one tittle shall by no means pass from the Torah or the law, till all be done. Whoever then breaks one of the least of these commands or commandments and teaches others so, shall be called least in the reign or the kingdom of the Shamayim. But whoever does and teaches them, that is the Torah, the commandments, he or she shall be called great, Gadul, in the reign of the Shamayim. For I say to you, that unless your righteousness, which is keeping of the law, exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you shall by no means enter. You shall by no means enter into the kingdom, the reign of the Shamayim. Hallelujah. Okay, so what are we talking about today from what we have just read? We see that Abba Yahuwah, through our Mashiach, Yahusha, in the flesh, has shared with us the importance of keeping his Torah, his commandments. And so today, as I shared in the header, we are going to be talking about Yah's true calendar. Yah's true calendar is very significant, Mishpachah. Many of you already know this. I have some new information that for all of you to read with me and to hear what thus says Yahuwah. Because we've all have heard and inherited lies. Many of us who are coming into this truth, we're still confused, and rightfully so, because we have to deprogram and reprogram with the thoughts and the mindset of Yahusha. Because we've been taught so many errors, so many traditions of men, that when we get into this kind of a conversation, it causes people to slip up. It causes people to say, you know what, I give up. I'm not even going to try to figure this thing out. But we should. We need to. Because how else are we going to be able to find ourselves before Abba Yahuwah and to do things right? So let me read this here, and I hope our Cody Brenda doesn't mind. Cody Brenda, I don't know if you're here, but I want to read this for everyone because you probably, I'm saying other people probably have the same questions as you do. So let me read this for all of you. And so we read here, Brenda says, hi, I know you are swamped with emails. Yes, I am, Cody, but that's no problem of yours. And I am sorry, or so sorry, add another to your pile. I'm new to your channel and learning a calendar. I personally been Palal asking him to guide me. Is this what he wants me to follow? Here's my bump so far. I understand the spring equinox, New Year. I have also followed that as my New Year witness. Okay, so let me explain where I'm confused. Look at. I'm assuming she's saying this. I'm going to try to clear it up as much as I can. Look at the pagan day 20. That would be the spring equinox. So she's talking about the March 20th being the spring equinox, which is correct. And she puts day 4, which is also correct. That would put 17 as day 1. At least makes sense, and have start at day 1. I would think it not can explain, and I'm sorry that this doesn't make total sense, but I'm going to try to make sense of it. I think that if not, you can explain why we go right to day 4. Okay, so it's talking about day 4 being the first day, and she's wondering why isn't it day 1 instead of day 4, which is a great question. I can understand why someone would think that way. I know probably me, as we've been brainwashed in world time and calendar. So as I said, I have 17 as day 1, count 14 days for Passover. That puts it at March 30th. But last night, the live saying Passover falls on pagan month, April 2nd, which it does. I'm like, what? That would be 17 days. But if I count from the spring equinox as day 1, yes, April 2nd would be day 14. Okay, so she's causing her own self-confusion by thinking that the first day of the week or the first day of the year should be spring equinox as being the first day of the week as well. And that's what's causing all this problem. So please help me. I'm lost. I need to understand for me, but also explain to others in the future. Thank you, Brenda Hall. Appreciate your question, Brenda. I don't know if you're here, but we're going to tackle this. And hopefully, if you're not here, you'll see this recording later and give you some clarity to what the scripture says. Yes, Simone, she is going by the Gregorian understanding. But again, I know a lot of people have this question. Okay, so I want to make sure that we tackle this question. We don't want anyone to be left behind with problems that we all have inherited, because we all inherited them together. So let's tackle this. Now, those of you who've asked me questions like this, especially when it's pertaining to the calendar, I have to show you through the live. I can't show you or write it all down to you through an email or a text, because you're probably going to get lost. So it's better for me to be able to show it to you than to explain it to you through an email. So let's do this. Okay, so let's start off. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12. And for those of you who know a lot of this information, stick with us. You're going to get some new information today about the calendar. Again, we're constantly learning. None of us has it all together. None of us know the calendar perfectly. So there are pieces of the puzzle that Yahuwah is still revealing to his people. And you're part of this movement. You're part of this last day end time awakening. It is wonderful, and you should be happy. You should be understanding that you have been baruch by the Most High Yahuwah, that he has chosen you. You did not choose him. He's the one who gave you this understanding, not yourself. You've done nothing. Let me say that one more time. Nothing to inherit eternal life. Okay? So all of this is because of his great pleasure that he has revealed this to you. We could be just like somebody else who doesn't know. This is why we got to get up off of our high horse, calm down when we speak about his truth to others face to face. I'm not talking about when you're explaining something. You're gonna get hype, you're gonna get excited, as you should. You shouldn't be monotone and don't have no excitement. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just talking about when you're explaining this information to someone, try to get yourself to be in that state of mind where, yes, you might be excited, you want all the words to come out at once, but you have to craftily and steadily and spiritually, strategically let your words come out seasoned with salt, so that the hearer of the word may be able to take it in, meditate on it, ponder on it, think about it, marinate on it. And Yahuwah is going to give them the understanding. All right. So here in Exodus, let's go to chapter 12. Now, again, many of you already know some of this information, but for those of you who don't, we need you to catch up with us, okay? And some of you who already know this information, if you stick around, you're probably going to hear something that you probably never known before, or even stuff that we've read before you might not even have realized, and like, oh my gosh, we went over this many times, but I never noticed it until now. Exactly. So here in Exodus chapter 12, we read this. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron in the land of Mitzrayim, or Egypt, saying, this is the new month. Okay, we're going to go over this word moon, all right, because I know a lot of you, some of you who are listening, you're confused with the word moon. All of a sudden you say, well, it's not confusing to me, a new moon. Yeah, well, it's not that simple, because you see, there's a reason why the word moon is italicized here. It means that it was added. It was put in for clarification of the understanding of the translator, not from Yahuwah, but that who had translated it into your scripture put the word moon. They're doing that for clarification, but all they did was cause confusion. So this new month is the beginning of months for you. It is the first day of the year for you. That's what is being said here. It is the first day of the year for you. Speak to all the congregation of Yasharal, saying, on the 10th day of this month,
Each one of them is to take for himself a lamb, according to the house of his father, a lamb for a household. And so then it goes on to how you are to conduct yourself for the Pesach. Okay. But notice that the Pesach is at the beginning of the year. In fact, it's on the 14th day of the first month. Now, many of us have been taught that the beginning of the year just happened. That's the Gregorian calendar, by the way. That's the Catholic calendar, if you didn't know. Okay. That Catholic calendar says at the strike of midnight on December 31st, you are entering into an imaginary new year. Okay. Nothing connected to it, nothing anchored to it. It's just that this is what was stated by the Roman Catholic Church, that this is going to be the beginning of our year, which is at the strike of midnight on December 31st, entering into the first day of the year of the Gregorian calendar. This here is letting us know that the beginning of the year, when this time had happened, when this was recorded, going back into history, Masha was told by Yahuwah, the creator, that this is the first day of the year. And that day, when he spoke to him, was 14 days out from Passover. When was that in the year? That was during spring. We call it the spring equinox. Some people say, well, I don't see anywhere in any of the scriptures where it says the spring equinox is the beginning of the year. Well, spring equinox, the word as we use it, is a modern verbiage. It is not from back in the days of Hebrew understanding. Now, in the Hebrew, it would be takufa. Takufa means a turning. Okay, it's a seasonal change of the year, and it happens 4 times a year. You know them as the equinoxes and also the solstices, and we're going to get into some of that. So here we see again that Yahuwah is telling Masha that the beginning of the year is spring, not in the dead of winter, just like we just saw everybody in the world celebrate at the strike of midnight. Okay. It begins in spring. And not only does it begin in spring, but it begins in the moment at the sunrise, not in the middle of pitch blackness. Nowhere in scripture are we ever told that a day begins at night. Nowhere in scripture do we find, and here we're getting ready to get a whole bunch of people's minds all twisted up here. Nowhere do we find anywhere in scripture that the day begins at evening either. That's right. Nowhere in scripture. You might say, well, this man don't know what he's talking about, because Genesis chapter 1 all throughout for the 7 days, it says it was evening and morning, and that's the first day and the second day and so on and so forth. We're going to get into all of that. Just stick around. Just stick around and allow the Spirit to teach you. Things are going to be brought to your attention that you have not heard before. And this is what is causing us to believe in the lie. We've believed in the lie. We done drank the Kool-Aid, everyone, about the calendar. Okay. So like Brenda was asking, well, how do we know that the first day of the year is the 4th day of the week? Let me say that again. How do we know that the first day of the year, the very first day of the year, as we're told here in Exodus chapter 12, verse 2, would be the 4th day of the week? Now, we're not talking about the 4th day as you know it, as I know it from the Gregorian calendar. We're not using any of those days of the weeks nor their names. Okay? Yahuwah's calendar is not based on the Catholic calendar. So as we going forward and you start to hear me talk about days of the week, your mind is going to want you to understand it as the days that you know, according to the Catholic calendar. But the days that we're talking about is not connected whatsoever to your SUN day, which is today, and then tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, all the way to SAT day. We're not talking about those days. Yes, those are 7 days in a week, but Yahuwah's 7 days of the week are not connected, nor are they attached to the 7 days of the week that the Gregorian calendar has given us. So Brenda says, how do we know that the first day of the year is the 4th day of the week? Let me show you some proof. First of all, we're going to go to Jubilees, and then we're going to go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. I got some new Dead Sea Scroll information that I'm going to share with some of you, and we're going to read it together. But before we do, let's go to Jubilees chapter 2. In Jubilees chapter 2, And for those of you who are not too familiar with the Book of Jubilees, or you think that you shouldn't read it, let me tell you something about the Book of Jubilees real quick before we read what we're getting ready to read here in chapter 2. The Book of Jubilees was written by Moses, Masha. Okay, the same one who is the author of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Okay, the first 5 books, also known as the Torah. This here, called Yobalim in the Abrit language, or Jubilees as we say it in English, is also known as the Little Genesis. You're going to get information here in the Book of Jubilees. Not only does it match the first 5 books of the Bible, or the Tanakh, as we like to call it, but it gives you extra information that is also backed up throughout Scripture. So what we're getting ready to read here in Jubilees chapter 2, starting at verse 8, talks about the 4th day of creation, just like you read in Genesis chapter 1, starting at verse 14, about the 4th day of creation. So here it says in verse 8, and on the 4th day, notice what we're talking about, the 4th day, he, meaning Yahuwah, created the sun. I'm over here trying to say it in Hebrew and English at the same time. Hebrew, it's shamash for the sun. And the moon, or Yerach, and the stars, the Maserat, and set them in the firmament of the Shama, to give light upon the Arats, and to rule over the day, or Yom, and the night, the Layla, and to divide the light, the Or, from the darkness. Okay, this is why the sun and the moon and the stars were created. It was to separate the light from the darkness. Verse 9. And Yahuwah, not this word here. We know, all of you know, most of you know, I should say, that this is a title. We don't associate this with our Creator. And Yahuwah appointed the sun, the sun, not the moon, but the sun, to be a great sign on the Arats, on the earth. For what? For days, and for Sabbaths, and for months, and for feasts, and for years, and for Sabbath of years, and for jubilees, and for the seasons of the year. So now we have to critically think, family. We got to critically, I can't even talk right now. Critically, thank you, baby. Critically think on the words that we just read. Notice here, Yahuwah appointed the sun. Stop the presses, stop your mind, stop the gears in your brain. I know you're thinking about the moon. I know you're thinking about all other things, but right here, we are told clearly. This is one of the reasons why the Book of Jubilees was not accepted as canon. Why? Because the Catholic Church that you and I have been following, their Catholic calendar, don't want you to know the true calendar, and pieces of information like this will destroy their calendar, as it's getting ready to destroy it in your mind right now. Again, Yahuwah appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth. For what? For days. The sun is for days. The sun is for your Sabbaths. To know when the Sabbath is, you need to know how to mark the days with the sun. To know when the months begin and when they end, you need to know the cycle of the sun. To know when the feast days, the Moedims, are holidays by Yahuwah, Leviticus chapter 23, to know when you are to conduct those days, those appointed times, you must know the sun. Again, he appointed the sun for the appointed times. Okay? The sun is also for the numbering or the reckoning of years. The sun is also for our Sabbath of years, or Shemitah of years, our 7-year periods. The sun is also to dictate your 50-year periods, also known as Yubalim, which is what this book is called, Jubilees. Okay? And for all the seasons of the years, the sun is what dictates when you go from spring to summer, summer to fall, fall to winter, and winter back to spring. It is the sun who do all these things. This is the great sign on the earth. Now that you understand that the sun is what you're supposed to use to find your days of the week, the days of the month, the days of the year, the appointed times of the year, don't be using the moon. Don't use the moon. I don't care how many people tell you that you have to look for the new moon. because the word new moon is the problem with a lot of calendars that you see people following out there. And you'll see them talk about how the moon goes through phases and how the phases change every 7 days. And so if you just do the multiplication of the moon phases, you're going to get 28 days in a month. And then they're going to tell you that there's 13 months in a year. All of this is not backed in scripture. Not one of them can show you one scripture, not one, that you follow the moon for 28 days, that the moon is for your Sabbaths, that the moon is for your feast days, that the moon is for your years, and that there's 13 months in a year. You won't find any of that information if it's true information from Yahuwah. You're not going to find it. What you're going to find is people twisting it to their own destruction. I know people that have argued with me when I first came into this truth. They're talking about, oh, you're going away from what the ancients have done. I was like, it don't matter what the ancients have done, because even our forefathers have inherited lies. So why am I going to go off of other people's tradition? Because that's what's got us in this problem to begin with. We've been following all these traditions of men, and it has caused us problems, literally. So again, here we see that the Son was appointed for all these times. Okay. So now, if I ask you the same question about the Catholic calendar, anyone, can you tell me what day or how do you specify every day of the week, and how can you connect it to the sun, that the sun has told you that this day is the 6th day and that the next day is the Sabbath, according to your Gregorian calendar? No. What you can do is you'll say stuff like, well, in every language, they have a word for the 7th day, and it all sounds similar to Sabbath. Okay, but that doesn't mean that that day is the Sabbath, which you're finding out, which is ancient history, which is historical evidence that there was a day called the Sabbath, but it is not the way that the Sabbath is being counted today, knowing that every 7th day on Yahuwah's calendar, regardless of the language, they're going to say Sabado, or SAT day, as we changed it to a whole nother name, which belongs to a planet. Okay. Whereas other languages, they have Sabud, Sabada, Sabado, Sabad, all of these other transliterations of the word Shabbat from Hebrew. Okay. But again, just because all these languages have the name of the word Shabbat transliterated into their language, doesn't make the 7th day that you know from the Catholic Church to be that Sabbath day. And this is what's causing the error with the whole world. And they have lost the true count as it was given to Adam and to Eve and to Noah and to Kanok or Enoch. And the list goes on, and even to Moses, as we're reading here right now. Okay, so let's continue. So this lets us know that it's the sun that dictates our Sabbaths and our years. Okay, so now let's talk about the beginning of the year. Why do we know it to be that the first day of the year is to begin not on the first day of the week of Yah's calendar, but the 4th day of the week of Yah's calendar? So here I have before you, let me pull this back, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls in English. Okay? I already have it earmarked. Let's go there. I need you guys to see this with me. And give me a second as I locate it. And okay. So this right here is Q400 fragment. Okay. This is the fragment number. This is from the Dead Sea Scroll fragments. You'll see what I have underlined in red. To the master, song of the Holocaust of the first Sabbath on the 4th of the first month. So the Sabbath is on the 4th of the first month. Okay, on the 4th day of the first month. So let me show you what it's saying. So this is a printout of our calendar. I want to thank our Cody Jackie C for putting this together for us. And I also want to thank our Cody Nazareth for putting this on our link tree. You can find this on our website, ambassadorsofyah.com. We're going to have a new one coming out here in about a month for the next year for the following coming up. Okay, what page number was that? So the page number in the Dead Sea Scroll that I just read that from is page 330. Okay, all right. So now let's look at what it said earlier. Let me put this over here. Again, remember, it said that the first Sabbath is on the fourth day of the first month. So here we have, this is the first month, Kadash 1. You see here the number 4. It looks kind of dim, but you can see it nonetheless. Okay. This is the 4th day of the first month. So if you just go backwards, 3, 2, 1, you see we're on the 4th day, Yom 4. This would be the first day of the year. This is what we know as the spring equinox. This is the takufa, okay? The turning, the season that is changing from winter to spring. This is why we know the first day of the year starts on the 4th day of the week, because the first Sabbath of the year is on the 4th day of the month. Does anybody not understand what I just said? If you don't understand what I just said, let me know to repeat it. If not, we're going to continue. Does everybody understand what I just said about the very first Sabbath is on the 4th day of the first month? So if you just go backwards, 3 days before, you come to the first day. Okay? So the first day of the year is on the 4th day of the week. All right? You guys say to repeat. So again, I'm going to repeat it one more time. This is the first month of the year. Okay? And we just read here in the Dead Sea Scrolls that the first Sabbath, as you see here, the first Sabbath on the 4th, meaning the 4th day of the first month. Okay? 4th day, first month. Here's the first month. Here's the 4th day. This is the first Shabbat. You see Shabbat right here. This whole column is the Sabbath every week. So if we just go backwards, we get to our first day of the year. That first day of the year is going to fall on day 4 of the week, which makes it the first day of the year and the first day of the month. So people would say, well, that's kind of confusing. Why didn't Yahuwah just say that this was the first day of the week and it'd be the first day of the month and the first day of the year? Well, that sounds great for us. But again, Yahuwah wants us to search out a matter. Okay? Those who truly love him are going to seek this type of information because Yahuwah does everything precisely. So why did he have us to start our count on the 4th day of the week and not the first day of the week? So let me show you why. According to scripture, this is what it says. Let's go to Genesis chapter 1. Genesis chapter 1 reads such. Let me back this out. Verse 14, and Alua Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones, said, let lights come to be in the expanse of the Shamayim, and to separate the Yom, the day, from the Layla, the night, and let them be for signs, that is an ot, appointed times, Moadim, and for Yomamim, and for years, Shana. So it says, let them be for lights in the expanse of the Shamayim, to give light on the Arats, on the earth, and it came to be so. Notice that this was created, the sun, moon, and the stars were created on day 4. This is why Yahuwah says, let them be for signs and appointed times and for days and years. Same thing we just read in Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9. Okay? Let it be for the days and for years. Again, oh, I pulled up the wrong one. That's the Dead Sea Scroll. Give me a second. Again here in Jubilees. And Alua Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the Arats, on the earth, for days and for Shabbat, So this is extra information, Shabbat, and for months, extra information for feast days. It said that about the feast date. It said appointed times, and for years, it said that. It said that as well, and for Shabbats of years or Shemitah of years. It didn't speak of that. That's extra, and for jubilees, that's extra, and for all the seasons of the years, that is also extra. But what we're being told here is that the sun is that great sign. And so with the sun being the great sign, it makes it easy for us to be able to understand how the year is to begin. Because if you know how to mark out your days according to find or locate the spring equinox, you will not be confused as to the beginning of the year. And so again, this is the reason the year begins on day 4. Why? Because he appointed this day to be how we are to use the sun and the moon and the stars to find out our times of the year. Okay. And for our appointed times. And all of this happens on day 4. This is why we find this on the calendar and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls that the first Shabbat happens on day 4 of the first month. Okay. Back here again. This is the first month, Kadash 1. This whole column is the Sabbath column, okay? And the first Sabbath of the year is on the 4th day. So by understanding that, if you go backwards, you'll find the first day of the year, which is on the spring equinox. So the spring equinox is how you find your first day of the year. And 3 days later from the spring equinox will be your first Sabbath. I don't care where you live on the earth, if you live south of the equator or north of the equator, if you live in the so-called Western Hemisphere, as they call it, or the Eastern Hemisphere, as they call it. Everyone will see the spring equinox on that day, no matter where you live on the earth, no matter how far north you live, no matter how far south you live. That sun is going to be a straight line. I don't know how Yahuwah does it, but he's done it that way, where the sun, when it comes up over the eastern horizon and travels across the sky and lands or rests in the western horizon, it creates a straight line. Twice a year. It's called the equinox. Okay? Not equilux, equinox. Equinox is equal day, equal night, not an equal time of light and equal time of day. This happens to have to do with the sun crossing the sky as it transverses across the sky. This is the equinox. It creates a straight line shadow. And there's going to be those of us who are going to be doing that. And we are going to mark it out live on TikTok coming up 4 days before the 20th of the 3rd month on the pagan calendar. Okay, the MR day, the MR month. Okay, on the 20th. So we're going to be like 4 days before then, and a day after, we're just going to chart out the sun. So you can see for yourself how to do it. And I want some of you to also do this in your area of the earth so you too can practice this truth. Because it's one thing to see someone doing it. It's another thing when you apply it to yourself and you're doing it as well in your area, your geographical location. So we all see the same reading that you can say, okay, I got the same straight line. Someone else in Australia, oh yes, I got the same straight line. Somebody here in North America, same thing, and so on and so forth. So we all see that Yahuwah's words are not a lie and that his calendar is true. And this is how we find, and you will know how to find, no matter what happens to you, no matter if you never hear my voice again, or if I never see your comments again, you know how to find yourself in Yahuwah's calendar and when the Shabbat is and when the high days are. You'll know these things. You no longer have to be lost. You no longer need someone to teach you. Yahuwah is going to teach you by his own spirit. This is his promise to each and every one of us who diligently seek him. We're going to get the information. So this is how we know the beginning of the year is starting on the 4th day of the week. Okay? All right, so now let me show you some new information that I got. Let me see if I can open this up here. Give me a second. And this has to do with the void day, okay? Let me see here. All right. So let me show you all what I'm about to open up. So here, a newly reconstructed calendrical scroll from Qumran in cryptic script. All right, so let me click on this. All right. Now, we're not going to go over this whole thing because it's a lot of information, but I want to have you guys focus on a few things that I have read already. So this whole thing here is about this fragment called 4Q324D, okay? So let's just read this here for a second. In this article, we offer a reconstruction and edition of one of the last unpublished Dead Sea Scrolls. It is extremely fragmentary calendrical scroll written in the cryptic A code. So this cryptic A code means that the people who put this together, they were hiding the information from those who were not initiates, those who were not part of the community of the Qumran community. Okay, they call themselves the Zadok priesthood. So it goes on and says, while images of 4Q324D were included in the I don't know what the DJD series is, no formal edition of it exists. The suggested jigsaw puzzle-like reconstruction integrates 42 extremely small fragments into a stretch of 5 consecutive columns of what we consider to be one continuous scroll. Primarily preliminary. I don't know why my tongue is so twisted this morning. Preliminary additions. In terms of its content, the calendar contained in the scroll resembles the one found at the top of 4Q394. That's columns 3 to 7, and in 4Q394 1 and 2, an intriguing interlinear gloss in both shape and content offers a ruling of the festival of wood offering that follows the Hallelic rulings of the temple scroll. Okay, with all that being said, what we just read was this, summarizing, is that they were able to piece together this last piece of the fragments that they have found in the Dead Sea caves, and they gave it this number 4Q324D. Through it, they were able to make sense of this puzzle-like jigsaw that they reconstructed, taking things from other passages that are very similar in writing style, that is talking about this same piece of information, which we're getting ready to go into, which has to do with the 12th month going into the first month of the year. Okay, this piece of evidence is very crucial for those of us who understand how to make our count from a 364-day only calendar while living in a world where we know that the sun cycle is 365 days in a quarter calendar, okay, or cycle. So let's go all the way down here, and we're going to read the 11th and 12th month, okay? Let's see here. All right, so we'll start right here. So here we see it talks about, let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So here we see where it's talking about construction column 2 fragment, okay? And it's talking about the weekday, 3 additional, and then it has vacate. The beginning of the 4th month is on weekday 4, okay? So for those of you who know what we're talking about, let's go here. Now it doesn't say which month, I don't think. Let me see. Oh no, month 4. Okay, so let's go to the 4th month. 3 and 4. Okay. All right, so here's the 4th month, Kadash 4. Notice what it says here. Weekday 3 is additional, and then it has the word vacate. The beginning of the 4th month is on weekday 4. So again, it says the beginning of the 4th month is on weekday 4. Kadash 4, that's month 4. The beginning of the month is weekday 4. This is the first day of the 4th month. Exactly what they say here. Okay, let's continue. And then it goes on to say, line number 8, Takufa. On the 4th in it is a Shabbat. On the 4th in it is a Shabbat. Okay. And then it goes on and says, on the 11th in it, right here, on the 11th in it, Shabbat. Again, 11, Shabbat. And then it goes on the 18th in it is a Shabbat. 18th in the 4th month is a Shabbat. Okay, and on the 25th in it is also a Shabbat. Okay, 25th in it is also a Shabbat. Okay, and then it goes on and says, and it falls on the 30th day of the month. Okay, the 5th day in it, weekday 5. So weekday 5 in it falls on the 30th day of the month. Weekday 5. So here's weekday 5. The last day of the month falls on weekday 5. This is the 4th month. This is what we just read. This is a whole month right here talking about from the first Shabbat of that month, of the 4th month, to the 2nd, to the 3rd, to the 4th, and then the last day of that month being on weekday 5. Okay? Again, has nothing to do with your SUN day, your MON day, your TUS day, your WED day, and all of that. It has nothing to do with that. This has to do with Yahuwah's calendar connected to the sun from the spring equinox. This is how we find our Sabbath. This is how we find our appointed times. Not using the moon, not using phases of the moon, not using the stars. It is using the sun and the sun only. Let's continue. So now let's go down to the next portion of this. And let's see here. And anybody who wants a copy of this, just email me and I'll send it over to you. So now we're talking about the 6th month. And we're doing this so we can go through all of the months, okay? As we get to the last month of the year. The beginning of the 6th month is after the Sabbath. On the 7th, in it is a Sabbath. So we're talking about the 6th month. So let's go here. 5 and 6. Now remember, it said, let me do this so I don't get my pages out of order. Give me a second, you guys. Okay. So now remember, it talks about here, the beginning of the 6th month is after the Sabbath, which would be from the 5th month. The last month of the day, or the last day of the month of the 5th month is a Sabbath. The 30th day is a Sabbath. Okay? 5th month, last day of the Shabbat, last day of the month is a Shabbat. Just like it says here. Okay? It says the 6th month is after a Sabbath. So if this is the last day of the 5th month, the 6th month is after the Sabbath. Okay, so here we are, first day of the week, because the last one was the last day of the week. It was Shabbat. So now here in the 6th month, we start at the first day of the week. Okay. And then it goes on and says, on the 7th, in it, Sabbath. 7th, Sabbath. On the 14th in it is a Sabbath. Again, multiplying by 7, you're going to get that as to be the Sabbath right there. Okay, 14th. Let's see here. The 21st on it is a Sabbath. 21st, Sabbath. After the Sabbath is the festival of oil. After the Sabbath is the festival of oil. So that was on the, let me see here. Let me make sure I'm reading that right. The Sabbath, that's the 21st day. See, right here. Notice on our calendar, the very next day is the first fruits of new oil. This is what we're told right here. Same thing. After the Sabbath is the festival of oil. On the 28th, in it is a Sabbath. There's the Sabbath. Okay? Let's continue. And then it goes on and it talks about how the beginning of the 7th month is on weekday 4. It's a takufa. Remember, I was sharing the word takufa before. That means the turning of the year or the changing of the season. So here we see again, going to number 7, Kadash 7. Here's the first day of the month on day 4, just like it said here. Weekday 4, takufa. On the 4th in it, the 7th month is a Shabbat. The 4th day in it on the 7th month is a Shabbat. This is the 4th day of the 7th month, is a Shabbat. Okay, so far all of this is lining up. And I mean, we can go through all of this, but for the sake of time, let me take you to what we're interested in. Okay, so let's go down. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything that I want to share with you guys. Okay, offering 2 days. Nope, that's not it. Let's keep going. Column 4. Okay, so now we're here. This is the 7th month going into the 8th month. We pretty much know all of that, and it talks about the 10th month here as well, the turning of the month or the turning of the year. Takufa, this is going into the winter time, okay, which takes us into the 10th month. And then we go down here. Let's continue. We want to get to the 11th and 12th month. And here it is. Okay. So now let me get to the 12th month. Okay, so here we are, Kadash 12, okay? So it says here, on the 16th in it is a Shabbat. Now, I think this has to do with the 11th month. On the 23rd in it is Shabbat, and the 30th in it is a Shabbat. So let me go back to month 11. Yes. So it said the 16th on it is a Shabbat. 16th is a Shabbat. This is month 11. Okay. 16th Shabbat. And then you have, let's see, on the 23rd in it is a Shabbat. 23rd of the 11th month is a Shabbat. And let me see here. On the 30th in it is a Shabbat. Last day of the month, 30th is a Shabbat on the 11th month. Now we're going into the 12th month. This is where we're getting this new information. So now it goes on and says, the beginning of the 12th month is after the Shabbat. Well, if this is the first day of the 12th month, then we know the day prior to this was a Shabbat. That was the 11th month. We just read that. Okay, so all of this is lining up. 12th month is after the Shabbat. On the 7th of it would be a Sabbath. The 14th in it would be a Sabbath. The 21st in it would be a Sabbath. And the 28th in it would be a Sabbath. So we have a 7 Sabbath, 14th day is a Sabbath, the 21st is a Sabbath, and the last Shabbat of the year, 28th, is a Shabbat. Then you notice this word here. What does it say? Vacate. On vacate. Weekday 2, this is where they're losing some information. This is why it's in brackets. So on vacate, we don't know. And then it says weekday 2 and it falls. And then this is where the fragment ends. Okay, so what we're finding here is this word vacate is exactly where we put the void day, a vacated day. Okay, it's vacated. All right, vacate. So week 2 or day 2. So here we look at this. Here's the last day, the Shabbat. This is the void day. This is the vacate day. Okay. And then we start up the count again. All right. First day, second day, third day. And then we start all over to the spring equinox, which is the first day of the year. Okay. Which will land on the 4th day, just like we saw on the first month. So this vacate day is right here, the void day. This is it right here. Vacate. Okay. You got the first day, and then the second day, and then the third day. All right. Third Yom. All right. But it talks about the very last day. Let's see, 28 vacate is weekday 2. All right. Now here, weekday 2 is letting you know this is before the transitional day. It'll be weekday 2 right here. This is it. This is what's taking us into what we know as the spring equinox. This is the sign. Okay. The great sign on the earth that takes us to the spring equinox. This is what I didn't understand before. This lets us know not only do we have a void day between the Shabbat and the first day of the week. This is why on our calendar beads, you're going to find a different color on that 12th strand. Like I have here on this one, you have a black bead. As you see here, this gold one represents the last Sabbath of the year. These 3 days here let you know that this is when you start counting again after the void day. This is a day that you count, but you don't count it as part of Yahuwah's calendar. This is why here we have it as the void day. This will be the 16th day of the year, or the 16th of the pagan calendar, March 16th, because this was March 15th right here. Okay. So this is a vacated day. We don't count this day. We live out this day. Then we start again the counting of the 7-day week period. Again, Yom 1, day 1, starts right here. First day, second day, third day, and the very next day would be the spring equinox, which will land on the 4th day of the week, which is exactly what we just saw when I bring up the very first day of the month. Let me bring it back up so you can see it here. So this would line up as if you can transpose it. So if you can use your brain here. So 1, 2, 3, first 3 days of the week. Here's the 4th day, 5th day, 6th day, Shabbat. Okay, that would be right here. All right, this right here. This is the first month. Okay, first month. This is the last month. Yeah. So this is the day that we don't count. That's this day right here. This is what we're being told about this vacate day. You cannot separate. You cannot put the vacate day anywhere else in the 12th month. You can't put it anywhere else. It has to come after the last Sabbath of the year. That last Sabbath of the year is right here, 28th day. On the calendar bead, right here. This black bead is the void day. That is the void day. That's why this week is separated from there. This is void. And you start your count again. First day of the week, second, because you can't break up the week. You can't break up the work week. Okay, you can put it at the end of the last Sabbath. This is what we're finding out from the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right, but you cannot put it anywhere that you want. It has to come after the last Sabbath because you cannot split 6 days work, 7th day rest. Then you have this rest. Okay, you can do whatever you want, I guess, on that day, but then you start your count again. This is the reset. First day of the week, second day of the week, third day of the week, and then this is the beginning of the year. But what people are doing, this is what's caused Brenda confusion and some of you confusion, is that you want to bring the spring equinox and say that's the first day of the year. You can't do that because Yahuwah has set it up this way to where the 4th day of the year, or the 4th day of the week for the first day of the year, has to be when he created the sun, moon, and the stars. So what we're doing is when we understand that this day is void and we start counting again, it's like we're back in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. Let there be light. That would be this first day. Second day of the week, he separated the waters from the waters. That would be day 2. Third day of the week, he planted the trees and the plants. That's right here. 4th day of the week. This is where we have the stars and the sun and the moon. This is that day. It was this day that he says that we are to mark for our days, our years, our months, our feast days. All of this lands on this day. This is where we know how to start counting our year again. So don't get confused that the first day of the year doesn't start with the first day of the week, because the first day of the week has to be offset the way it is, because the 4th day of the week is the first day of the year, first day of the month, but it is the 4th day of the week. Okay, so who doesn't understand what I just said? Who doesn't understand what I just said? If you don't understand, give me a 5. Give me a 5. If you don't understand, give me a 5. Brooke, you don't understand. Okay. This has been stressful, but Yahuwah gives us shalom. There's a whole bunch of people with 5, so many of you guys don't understand yet. Okay. You too, Wendy, you don't understand. Okay, so let's just stick strictly with the 12th month going into the first month, okay? This is why we know that the year must begin at the beginning of the spring equinox, okay? Let's see here. Jonas says you understand. Sandra, you said, wow, that makes a lot, but I get it. Just don't understand the reason for a vacate day. Okay, so we have to have a vacate day, Joanna, because again, the sun, this is how, and in fact, this is how Yahuwah is testing his people. Okay, he's testing us to see if we're going to count our days. Are we going to number our days, as it says in the book of Psalms? So here, The sun, okay, has a 365.25 cycle. All right. 365 day, 0.25 day cycle. However, we're told by Yahuwah, and I'm going to show you this now. Let me hold on one second. Let me bring out my Jubilees. In Jubilees, let me show you this. We are told a few times that our year is only supposed to have 364 days. Okay. So if we go here to chapter 6, that's chapter 5. Chapter 6, we see here, let me blow this up for you. Verse 32, this is chapter 6, verse 32. Okay, and it reads, and command you, the children of Yasharal, that they observe the years according to this reckoning, or according to this count, 364 days. And these will constitute a complete year. They will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts, that is the high days, the Moadim. For everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast, meaning that every day has its specific day. So, again, the sun has a cycle of 365.25 days. But we're told by Yah that we're supposed to do or count 364 days. Okay. This is the calendar. Okay. This is the calendar. So what we have here is a remainder of 1.25 days. Okay. This is the void day. This is the void day. Okay. This is the reason why we have to have this void day, because the sun does make a revolution every 365.25 days. Can't get around that. Yahuwah created it that way. He wants it to go 365 days in a quarter. However, he wants us to only count 364 days. Why 364? Because this is divisible by 7. Okay? If you was to take 364 and you was to divide it by 7, I did that wrong, by 7, you will get 52 weeks. Okay, 364 divided by 7, you're going to get 52 weeks. This is perfect. No remainders. This is the remainder from 365 and a quarter. This is what the Catholics has given us as the Gregorian calendar. We don't follow the Gregorian calendar when it comes to Yahuwah. This is the calendar that we're supposed to follow, 364. So this gives us a remainder of 1 day and a quarter. So when you look at the calendar bead or our calendar PDF, this is why you have to have this one extra bead. This one extra bead, if you used to count all of this all the way to the last day, that'll be 365 beads. From the very first one to the last one, you would literally have 365 beads, okay? But you don't count this black bead right here, or whatever color yours is after the Sabbath. You don't count that bead. That bead is the void day. That's the vacated day. You vacate that day. That day you don't count. You just live it out. Then you start your count again. 1, 2, 3 for the days. Okay. But this is the 363, or 362. 363, 364. That is the last day, which is the third day of the week. All right. So we see again that we are to keep a 364 day only count. And he says this more than once. So we see that here in verse 32 of Jubilees chapter 6. We also see it here in verse 38. Again, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new months. It can't be moons. Okay. Why? Because here in verse 36, It says that there will be those who will surely make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. So you can't use the moon for this reason. What reason? For observing the moon. It says that it will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day a day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day, and they will confound all the days. Okay. So this is what they have done and what we have done by not following a 364-day calendar count only. And even if you have the 364-day calendar count, you got to know when to begin the count. Do you begin on the spring equinox? Do you begin the day after the spring equinox? Well, we know it is on the spring equinox because that's what I just showed you from the very beginning. The very first day of the year is going to be the spring equinox. 4 days later from the spring equinox is going to be your first Sabbath. And then you just start counting your Sabbath every 7 days from there. There'll be 52 of them in a year. The last Sabbath, the day after that last Sabbath, is going to be your void day. That's your vacated day. And then you start counting the days again, going out the week to your first day, second day, third day, which will be the last day of the year. And then the first day of the year is going to be the fourth day of the week. All right. So that right there is pretty much as simple as I can make it when it comes to the calendar. And again, anybody who wants I'm going to do a screenshot of this here later from this PDF that I found online. This is the one that has got a lot of academia's heads turning with this last Dead Sea Scroll parchment that they have made sense of by translating it. But it makes sense to why we need the vacated day, why we need this void day. And that would be right here after the last Sabbath of the year, the 28th day of the 12th month. Yes, New Kriya, let's begin from the very beginning all over again. Yes, Akodi Nazareth. I know I got some things that I got to send to you, Akodi. So I would definitely do that. We need to post this as well, Linktree. Can you show us where you found it online? We're gonna have it on our Linktree, so it'll just be a link there, and it'll take you to this page. Okay, I'll send that to Cody Nazareth. Yes, Andy. It blows away all that nonsense of the 13th month. It's ridiculous. And again, just for historical evidence and information for those of you who are interested in history, these Dead Sea Scroll parchments were found by the Dead Sea. Okay, let's put this into perspective. Let me do something real quick. Give me a second. Let me grab something here. Let's see. Where is my? Let me see here. Where did I put my atlas? I thought I had an atlas here. I'm looking for my atlas, but I don't know what I did with it. Where did it go? Babe, did you take my atlas? I'm just joking with you. You're like, what in the world are you talking about? I have no idea. I thought I had it here. I'm just going to have to pull it up on the laptop. I thought I had it. I must have misplaced it. I don't see it. Okay, let me just show it up on the screen. All right, let me just show it to you guys on the screen. I thought I had it here with me, but I misplaced my atlas. Okay. Nonetheless, let's do this. Let me pull this up. Give me a second. I am going to pull up. All right. And okay. Let's see. I think this would probably be the best one. Okay, yeah, let's go here. Is this gonna show? Nope, that's not going to do it. Give me a second, everyone. So the passage or the map that I'm looking for, I'm just trying to find one so you guys can see it clearly. All right. Let's just do this one here. Okay, Dead Sea and view file. All right, let me show this to you guys. Okay, so here's the Dead Sea right here, the Salt Sea. Okay, all of this is all the Salt Sea. All right. This is where they found some of the, these are the locations where they found a lot of these things, okay? A lot of the scrolls. This right here at the very top, this blue line, that squiggly line here, this is the Jordan River. Why am I bringing this up? Here's Yahushalom, or as people know it as Jerusalem, okay? This area right here, in this area here, is the area known to us as where John, the immerser, the baptizer, this is where he was living. Not only himself, but there was a community out there with him that were known as his followers. They were his apprentices or disciples. Okay? Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because these Dead Sea Scrolls seem to be not only their information that they left for us in these caves, but imagine that John put his eyes on these parchments and probably even have his hands on some of these things. And now we have unearthed it. And now we have the same information. So what is being told to us? John was keeping the same calendar. This is why he did not spend time in Jerusalem where the temple was. He did all what he was doing out here with his disciples. And when these Pharisees and Sadducees would come to the Jordan, we read about it in the Gospels, where he would literally degrade them. Who told you to come out here, you brood of vipers? Show some fruits of repentance. Why? Because they were keeping a totally different calendar, totally different than what they were keeping over here. They were keeping Yahuwah's calendar as it was given to Enoch. These people were keeping the calendar that was given to them from Babylon when they went into Babylon, when they went there into captivity back in the early 500 BC. Okay, so that's why it's interesting to have this information, including the Book of Jubilees, because the Book of Jubilees was found also with the Dead Sea Scroll parchments. And this is why we also understand, just like I was saying earlier, the Catholic Church didn't want any of this stuff coming out. In fact, even the Jewish people didn't want this stuff coming out because they go in error by following the moon. They don't want people to know or want them to show them that they're doing wrong by keeping the wrong calendar and following the wrong orb in the sky. They don't like to, no one likes to be told that they're wrong. But here it is, Yahuwah is revealing this to his people in these last days. So again, this is why we know that, and I've shown you, for those of you who have been with us for a while, using other passages of the Old Testament and the New Testament, we see that they too were using this calendar, okay? Now, people can argue about it all they want. It's not for us to convince them, like we were talking about yesterday. All we do is plant seeds. We just plant seeds and keep it pushing. Yahuwah is the one who is going to reveal it to his people, who he wants to reveal it to. You're going to continue to have people who are going to follow the moon, no matter what kind of evidence you show them. You're going to have people who are going to argue with you about the so-called new moon and what the new moon means, okay? Let them do what they're going to do. You're going to have people who don't want to disconnect themselves from the Babylonian Gregorian calendar to Yahuwah's calendar, and so they want to make the weekdays the same as the weekdays that you get from Catholicism. Let them continue believing that. It's going to take Yahuwah to open up their understanding. Some people don't want to see it because they don't want to see it. That's just that simple. Others don't want to see it because they just can't see it. They haven't been given the revelation. Some others don't want to see it because they're egotistical. They don't want to be wrong. They don't want no one to look down on them. How dare I be wrong? Okay, so we don't care about that. We're just going to give them the information, and it's up to them what they do with that information. We all have to stand before Yahuwah, and everyone is going to be judged according to what they know. But we can't condemn anybody for what they don't see, because it's Yahuwah who does the revealing. Okay? Everyone else, those of us who know this information, let us walk in it. We don't need to prove anything to anyone. I'm just giving you the information. You do what you will with it. All right? So, as I've said before, for those of you who've been with me for quite some time, we have the true calendar. There is no doubt in my mind we have the true calendar. And the way we're keeping it, there's no doubt in my mind we're keeping it, because, again, it lines up with the Dead Sea Scroll parchments every single time. And I've showed some of you going through the whole year how each day of the month, where the Sabbaths land, you won't get that same landing following the sun, following the moon. You won't get that if you're following the World's Last Chance Ministries lunar solar cycle calendar. You won't get that if you're following the Zadok priesthood calendar, the Zadok way, I should say, the Zadok way ministry calendar. You're not going to get this understanding if you're following the Christian covenant calendar. You're not going to get this if you're following any other type of calendar that's out there, because they all have something that has fallen away. Even if it's the slightest minute detail, that's all you need to be in error. Like I've shared with many of you guys before. I was off by one day because I didn't start the beginning of the year on spring equinox. I started it after the spring equinox. And just by doing that, I offset it every single day by one day, which means that my Sabbath was now a day late. My Passover was a day late. My first day of unleavened bread was a day late, and so on and so forth. Okay, because I didn't start it the way I was supposed to. That's how sensitive this calendar is. That's how serious we have to be when we're following this calendar to understand the exact day that we're supposed to begin. All right. Okay, so let me read some of these comments that help me see if we're going to go any further. Let's see here. Let's see. Blanca, you said, like other things in life, sometimes we just have to hear it a few times, one step at a time, sweetie. You'll get it. Exactly, Blanca. Yes, Wendy, you're going to get it, just a little at a time. Just a little at a time. After the last Sabbath, it's 361 days and then 0. So 3 days to finish the year are in creation week. Exactly, Adriana. Exactly. Carol, are we in the first year now towards the fourth year when we count 2 void days at the end of the year? No, Carol, that is going to be, so we are in the second year. So the fourth year will be on the pagan year, 2028. So every 4 years, so 2028, 2032, 2036, and so on. Because we had the last one in 2024. Okay, let's see here. David, you said Shabbat Shalom. If the Southern Hemisphere, where events of Scripture took place, celebrate spring equinox near New Year in September, should we in the Northern Hemisphere do the same? Okay, so David, this is where the confusion happens, okay? Everything is based on the Northern Hemisphere sighting and observations. Why? Because Jerusalem is north of the equator and not south of the equator. Everything starts from Jerusalem. All right. I'm coming to the understanding, and this is going to take us having Akis and Akodis who are over there across the pond in New Zealand and in Australia to see when they see the spring equinox. Okay. Now theirs will be called the fall equinox, but it's the same time. It's just the opposite. All right. So when it's spring, we're going into spring here. You guys south of the equator are getting ready to go into fall. Okay. But that same moment that we're going into spring and you guys are going into the fall, that is the equinox. You don't have to call it spring equinox or the fall equinox. That equinox that everyone sees across the earth at that very moment, when the sun comes over their area, their geographical location, that day is going to be the beginning of the year, regardless if you are north or south of the equator. I hope that makes sense, David. Or was it Dion? I can't remember which one of you that asked me that question. So going from there, which would be for you guys who live south of the equator, that is going to be what you would consider you're going into the fall feasts, okay? But the fall feast is actually the spring feasts. I don't want you to get confused. So during your what it'll be, what we know is April the 2nd here, and it's going to be April the 2nd for you guys as well. That is going to be the Pesach date on the pagan calendar. Okay, that is the not Pesach. Oh yeah, that is the Pesach. Excuse me, I'm over here confusing myself. That is the Pesach date, April the 2nd. No matter where you live on the earth, that is the Pesach date. March 20th, which is 14 days earlier, is going to be your equinox date. All right. We don't have to even call it spring equinox. We don't have to call it fall equinox. That is the equinox date. That is the first day of the year. Where no matter where you live on the earth, that is the first day of the year. Okay. What else we got here? Let's see. Karen, is Ambassadors of Yah the only group following your printed calendar, or are there other Yah followers doing it this way also? Praise to Yah. So Karen, there are others. They have their own calendar, but the calendar is the same. There's a group. I don't know what they call their group, but I know the guys who come together, and I no longer follow them. Tudata Akiao. Their names are Ed and Davison. They too are following this calendar. There's some others that are following this calendar as well. But yes, Yahuwah is opening up the eyes of his people on this calendar. And it's only going to get more traction. More people are going to hear about it. More people are going to line up with it, because there is evidence that this is it. This is the moment in time that this was supposed to come out. Yahuwah is revealing this to his people. He is literally preparing us for when we're getting ready to be pushed out of society, because we're fleeing from the beast system that wants to mark us. Ren R5V, you said, sorry if my question is silly. So are we actually in the year 2026 because of so many changes? So the year 2026 is a pagan origin from the Catholic Church. They're the ones who gave us the year and marked it as 2026. On Yahuwah's calendar, it would be 5,900 and let me see. Hold on one second. I won't know the exact year. I know we're in the high 5,900s. Hold on one second here. 5,990. Let's see. Let me see if I can do this right. So I might need you guys to help me, some of you mathematicians out there. If the year 2032 is 6,000, if the year, I'm saying if, I'm not saying that it is, but if the year 2032 is the 6,000th year, let's say Yahuwah comes back, he cracks the sky in 2032, and where we're at right now is 2026. That's 6 years away, right? So that would mean that we are 5,994. Is that right? Because we're in 2026, so we have 4 more years. Am I doing that right? 4 more years would take us to 2030. 6 more years. 6 more years. So we're in 5992. So we're right around here. This will be my estimate. We're probably here. 5992. Lashy Brown, you're using the Jewish counting system. We don't use their counting system. They're pretty off. They are pretty off. Dustin, so the reason why I've had a lot of people email me about why are you taking down your videos. There's a few reasons. I'm not going to say on here, but let me just put it this way. Anybody who wants to see a previous video, it would be by invitation only. It would be by invitation only. Now, it will be up like today's live cast. Once we're done, it will be uploaded onto this YouTube channel. But I'm only going to have it up for a week, starting next week. And you'll see everything else except for certain information of videos. I will have them up, and a lot of that would be kind of like some of the calendar information. Are we supposed to follow the law will be another video. So I'm going to start working on those, and I will be putting them up. There will be kind of like short story kind of formats where people can get their senses kind of titillated into the information. If a person wants to know more, we're going to make it by request. And again, I have my reasons, but I'm not going to share that here. But to say that, if you want to get information, you can definitely get information. As far as the link tree, you can go to the link tree to see like what Cody Nazareth puts up there. Those are going to stay. We're not going to mess with those. So you'll still have all the volumes of libraries of that stuff there. But as for what's on my channel here and on TikTok, yeah, it's going to be taken down. And the only way that you'll be able to see it again, it will be through requests after the first week. How can you request an invite? So that would be through email. If you want to see a particular video and you don't want to go to the link tree to look for it yourself, you would have to email me, and then I will send you a link to where you can see it on YouTube. Okay. Let's see. Jimmy has to be very careful. Yes, it is. It's getting crazy. And again, it's not like they don't have it. The stuff that I have said recorded somewhere. That's not the reason. But like I said, I have my reasons. I can't get into it here. But just to know, for those of you who are interested, you'll still be able to see it, but it'd be by request only, or you can go to our link tree, but it will not just be up there on YouTube or on TikTok as I have it right now. Yes, Shaletta Brown. I hope I said your name right. I apologize. ambassadorsofyah.com. ambassadorsofyah.com. That'll take you to our link tree. And if you want me to send you a particular one from YouTube, ambassadorsofyah@gmail.com. So it's ambassadorsofyah.com to go to the website, which connects us to the link tree. And then ambassadorsofyah@gmail.com is my Gmail or my email. All right. A forever request. I mean, honestly, all you guys have to do is download it from your end after we get done if you want to watch it whenever you want to watch it. Okay. But again, it's going to be to where if you watch it after the week and you can't get access to it because I've taken it down publicly, you're going to have to ask me for a link to be able to see it. Robin, thank you for bringing up about the Zoom. So what we're going to do here at the beginning of Yahuwah's calendar year, which would be after the spring equinox, once a month, I am going to, for the Akis only, once a month, we're going to come together, and it'll be a men's meeting, Zoom. It'll be a Zoom meeting for men. As for the Akotis, I'm going to kind of leave that up to you guys to do it. I don't want to be involved with um, the Akotis group chat on Zoom. That's going to be something that one of you guys might want to head up as an Akoti that may want to do that. But for men, I'm going to have a Zoom call meeting once a month, and it's very crucial for us men, as it is for you Akotis as well. But being that I'm not an Akoti, I don't want to, or an Akot, I don't want to be heading something like that for my Akotis. Okay, you guys have to do that. And the reason being is for the men, we need to strengthen ourselves with each other, encourage one another, and you Akotis need to do the same. But more specifically for us men, because I have a mind of a man, and some of the men that I have spoken to in the past, I think it's going to be beneficial for us to be able to speak certain things out in private without Akotis around, so that us men can have a one-on-one powwow with each other, a men's meeting. And so that'll start at the beginning of Yahuwah's calendar year, after the spring equinox. We'll all agree to a date. Hopefully we can make it. And that too will be by invitation only. And depending on how many people, I mean, we're going to get everybody we can. That's an Ak that wants to get in and have this conversation with one another. Again, it's to build us up as men, that we are in our role of who we're supposed to be. And for him to just, get us prepared as the men. And again, for you Akotis, I would ask that you guys probably do the same. I'm sure there's some of you that have things that you want to talk about that where us men would not be around, us Akis won't be around. And I think that it would be beneficial for you all as well. Okay. Where can I get that, brother? The one Melly, to get what? What do you want to get? Let's see. John Mallory, you finally got it. Hey, babe, John got his beads yesterday. What are you doing, falling asleep? No, I'm listening. Oh, okay. Yeah, you do sound funny, my love. Okay, I'm thinking the past year was 7-year Shabbat rest due to hardly any yield to no yield of fruits of the trees this year. My question is, how could we find the Yobalim year next? Okay, so that, Diane, is a great question, and I've really been trying to find some markers from the past to do the count. Like we can, when you read the book of Yobalim, you find this pattern, right, where it talks about the weeks and the week of years and the years of the week and all of this. We have lost the count of the 50-year cycle. There are some people who have been assuming that we just finished the 7th year cycle, which hasn't finished yet, because again, Yahuwah's calendar is from spring equinox to spring equinox. So we haven't finished the Jubilee cycle yet. Some people say that the Jubilee cycle, which it is true in scripture, is that it finishes, because let me go back. I have to clarify this. I have to correct myself. Yahuwah's calendar is from spring equinox to spring equinox. However, the Jubilee count is not, it doesn't start at the beginning of the spring equinox. It starts and ends and starts again with the Day of Atonement, what we know as Yom HaKippurim. Let me show you that. So we just had Yom HaKippurim a few months ago. But let me show you through scripture. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 25. Leviticus 25. And again, there's people out there who've been trying to locate where we are in the 50-year count of Jubilees. But it's very difficult to locate it, because we have lost that time. That doesn't mean that Yahuwah won't restore it, but we need to be mindful of how we're finding the information, because some people don't realize that it's connected to the Day of Atonement. So let's read about the Shabuat, or excuse me, what we know as, I'm in the wrong passage here, Leviticus 25. So let's see, let me back up a little bit. Or no, wait. Okay, verse 8. This is chapter 25 of Leviticus, starting at verse 8. And it says here, and you shall count 7 Sabbaths of years for yourself, 7 times 7 years. And in the time of the 7th Shabbat of years, that's the Shemitah, shall be to you 49 years. All of us know how to do a little bit of multiplication, right? 7 times 7 is 49. So 49 years. You shall then sound the shofar sound, notice this, on the 10th day of the 7th month, on Yom HaKippurim. Cause a shofar to sound through all your land, and you shall set the 50th year apart and proclaim release throughout all the land, all its inhabitants. It is a Yobal for you, and each of you shall return to his possession, and each of you return to his clan. The 50th year is a Yobal to you. Do not sow nor reap what grows of its own, nor gather from it unpruned vine. So again, the 50th year is a Yobal, but we blow the shofar on the 49th year. Okay, right here. Let's see. In the time of the 7 Shabbats, the years shall be to you 49 years. You shall then sound the shofar sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. Yom HaKippurim, cause the shofar to sound through all your land. This is to be done on the 49th year, at the ending, going into the 50th year. On the 10th day of the 7th month, you sound the shofar going into the 50th year. So this happens on the Day of Atonement, which we know is the 7th month of the 10th day of the year. The one Melly, when the new year starts and when it's the 12th month. So the new year begins on spring equinox. That usually happens on your pagan calendar that you know as March 20th. We don't use that date, nor do we use that month. That is the first day of the year. That's the first month of the year. From that day, from the spring equinox, you count 30 days. That's 1 month. Okay? That's going to straddle between your pagan month March and your pagan month April. This is why you can't use those months. The only reason why you even see those months and those dates on our calendar is so that you can associate it with where you're supposed to be on that day as a, what's the word I'm looking for? As a, I guess to decipher that day, okay? Yahuwah's day, and then you're translating it to the pagan year date. So you know the pagan year date as it is equalized to the Yahuwah's calendar date. Let's see what else we got here. And as far as the one Melly, you said you wanted to know how you can get a calendar bead. Just email me and we'll get you the calendar bead information, how to get one. Sandra, what's Yobel? Yobal, the pronunciation Yobal is Jubilee, the way we say it in English. Jubilee is a 50-year period. That's what Yobal is, a 50-year period. Sandra. Could the coming of Yahuwah be a Jubilee year? Well, the coming of Yahuwah will be the Jubilee year. When that Jubilee year is, we don't know. Anyone who tells you that they know, they don't know. We lost the count of the Jubilee year. And I believe Yahuwah wanted it that way, because if we knew the Jubilee year, we'll probably know exactly the day, and he doesn't want us to know the day yet. We all know, if you read the book of, I can't remember if it was Jubilees or Enoch, but it tells us in one of those 2 books, one of you guys might know it, that there's going to be 120 Jubilee years. Okay. So if you do the math on 120 plus Jubilee years, which is 50 years, you get 6,000 years. So the year 6,000 takes us into the millennial reign. The year 6,000, remember what I was saying here, I believe we're right around, this is just my estimate, 5,992 years. Okay, so that would mean 6 years later from now, if my calculations are correct, we'll be entering into the millennial reign. That would be year 6,000. Again, Michael, no one knows where we're at in the 50th year. No one knows. Okay, now, personally, if Yahuwah is going to crack the sky in the year 2032, then that would be the end of a Jubilee year going into a new Jubilee year. Let's see here. Aki Jimmy, did you get my email for a calendar bead? I don't know, Patricia. My Asha, my wife, she's the one who deals with a lot of the calendar orders. So I will have to direct that to her and find out. She might. Did you send it to the enochzadokcalendar.com or gmail.com? Or do you know which? Let me just ask, what email did you send your request to? That way I would know if I got it or if she got it. Mike Furman, the only time Rosh Hashanah is the 10th day of the 7th month is in the Jubilee year. Ezekiel 40 verse 1, Hebrews Roots Bible. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just reading the same thing here. Leviticus chapter 25, Mike Furman. That's what we're reading here. Same thing. Okay. Ezekiel's getting it from Leviticus chapter 25. Okay. And it is to be done, or it begins and ends on Yom Kippurim, like it says here in verse 9. You shall then sound the shofar on the 10th day of the 7th month on Yom HaKippurim, that is the Day of Atonement. Let's see. Gmail. Yes, Patricia, but do you know which Gmail? So we have ambassadors of Yah at gmail.com. We also have Enoch Zadok calendars at gmail.com. I just wanted to know which one. Yes, Mike. Yes. Already, Aki. Yes. Hallelujah. Yep. All right. So, again, any questions about the calendar that we just went through? Any questions? Any questions? Oh, you send it to ambassador, so then that would be me, Patricia. I have to look into it and see. Do me a favor, and again, I do have some emails that I probably missed because I have so many on there. Send me a new one, just saying that you request calendar bead information, and we'll get back to you. I'll send that directly to my Shah, to my wife. When's the next 2-year void year? Dustin, that would be 2028, the year 2028 on the pagan calendar. So that'd be 2 years from now. And let's see what else. You're very welcome, Aki. One question, you say, Sandra. Which scripture tells us of the 120 Jubilee, please? Okay, I might need some of you guys to look this up for me. Where do we find it? I know it's in the Apocryphas. It's either Enoch or it's in Jubilees. But one of them says that, I think it's Enoch, that 120 Jubilee years will have been completed. No, not the one in Genesis chapter 6. That one speaks about how he is going to not strive with man forever, but he will limit it to 120 years. And yes, that does also connect to the 50-year Jubilee periods. But there is actually a reading of it. I believe it's in Enoch. And it says there that 120 Jubilee years will be allotted to man. Do you see that, baby, from Akodi Tracy Lynn? You see what she says? Okay. Cree, I believe again it's somewhere in the book of Enoch where it says that there will be 120 Jubilee years allotted to man. If someone can look that up for me, Jubilees 5:1. Thank you, Aki Emmanuel. Let me read it. Let me read it. Let me read it. Okay, let me read it out of here. Let's go to Enoch, chapter 5. Enoch, Kanok. 5:1. Okay, Kanok 5:1. Oh, I'm in Edris. Aki, you said Enoch 5:1. Oh, Jubilees 5:1. I'm in the wrong one. It's in Jubilees? Okay. My brain, I thought it was in Enoch. No, this isn't the one I'm looking for either, Aki. But I will read it. This is Jubilees chapter 5, verse 1. And it came to pass that when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, that daughters were born unto them, that the Malachim of Alua Elohim saw them on a certain year of this Jubilee, that they were beautiful to look upon, and they took themselves wives as whom they chose, and they bore unto them sons, and they were Naphalim, or giants. Mm-hmm. Let me see here. Let me locate this. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 72 to 82. Let's see, duration. See, 120 is mentioned. Timeline. It doesn't give me a specific location. I don't see it. I don't see it. Mm-hmm. Okay, Aki. You're saying in those passages of chapters in the book of Enoch. Yeah, I can't recall. I know it's in Enoch though. I remember seeing it. Yeah. I can't recall. If somebody happens to stumble across it, please let us know. I just don't recall where it is. Jubilees 129? I don't know if that's the one. Let me check. Jubilees 129. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't see it here either, but let me read it. Enoch 10 and 9 and 10. Okay, let me read this one first. Jubilees chapter 1, verse 29. And the Malach of the presence who went before the camp of Yasharal took the tablets of the division of the years from the time of the creation of the law and the testimony of weeks of Yobalim, according to the individual years, according to all the number of the Yobalim, according to the individual years, from the day of the new creation, when the Shamaim and the Arat shall be renewed, and all their creation according to the powers of the Shamaim, and according to all the creation of the Arats, until the what's the word I'm trying to say? Hakal of Yahuwah shall be made in Yahushalom on Mount Zion. All the luminaries be renewed for healing and for shalom and for Basharal. And thus it may be from that day unto all the days of the Arats. Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about the 120. Okay, so let me look at the other one here. Kanok 10, 9, and 10. Let's see if that's it. Like I said, I believe it's in Enoch. If I remember correctly, that's where I read it. 10, 9, and 10. Enoch 10, 9, and 10. So this is chapter 10, 9, and 10. And no request that they make you will be granted unto the fathers on their behalf, for they have hoped to live an eternal life, and to each of them will live 500 years. And Yahuwah said unto Maka'al, go, bind up Samyaza and his associates, who have united themselves with women so as to defile themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them and fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the Arats until the day of their judgment, and their consummation until the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. So again, it doesn't really say other than 70 generations. Yes, Diane, we do know that. It is proposing that, and it is definitely saying that in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3. But the one that I was looking at was where someone was asking me to show them where it says 120 Jubilee years. And there is, I know it's somewhere in Enoch. I can't seem to find it at this moment. We'll probably stumble across it. Somebody might find it, but it literally says 100 Jubilees. That would be the time of man. He's only going to allot us 120 Jubilees. Now, yes, Genesis chapter 6, verse 3 does speak about it. But so does the book of Acts chapter 2, I think it is. So does 2 Kings chapter 2 as well. So there's multiple areas of scripture where we see 120 years being mentioned. Enoch 71, let's see. Enoch 71. Okay, let me see here. Enoch 71. So I'm here at Enoch 71. I'm looking at it now, Aki. Thousands of heads hit like, whoa. Proceed, peace, world. I don't see 120 in here either. Or maybe I'm just skimming over it and didn't see it. Yeah, I don't quite see it here. This is 71, Enoch. I'm just kind of skimming through it. Let me just see if my eyes land on it here. I came thousands, 10 times 10,000. White, pure as wool, fell down, exalt his name, greeted, proceed. Yeah, I don't see it here either, Emmanuel. I don't see it in Enoch 71. Yeah, I'll have to look that up another time to find it. I don't want to spend the whole day trying to chase something that I can't find right now. But we will locate it. I'll find it and I will send it to you once I know, or share it with all of you. But I don't know why I don't see it here right now. Let's see. And then it might have been in something totally different here. I'm thinking it might be in the book of Enoch. It might have been somewhere else. Hanok 12:3. Let's try that one. Let's see if that's the one. Enoch 12:3. Cody Lauren. Let's see if that is it. 12:3. Enoch 12:3 here doesn't say that. Enoch 12:3. And I, Kanok, was Barakah, the master of majesty, watchers. Yeah, it doesn't say anything. I don't see anything there either. First Enoch chapter 10, verse. What do you say there, Cody Jackie? First Enoch 1, 2, or 3, or First Enoch 10, 12 to 3, 12 to 13. So I'm right here in Enoch, First Enoch 10, and you said 12 to 13. Unclean slain, they have seen the destruction of their. Oh no, I already read all of this. Yeah. Fire and torment in those days. Yeah. This one again is talking about 70 generations. Yeah. Yep. Nope. It's not that one. It's all right, Mr. Picard. We'll find it. But yes, as far as the 120, in the book of Genesis, yes, chapter 6, verse 3, it definitely talks about it there. We did a study on that before. Yeah, Simone, my dog just left. They went to another room. Yeah, I can't remember Cody Chanel. I don't recall. But let me just share this. I have it in one of my studies, my research that I was doing. I don't know where it is now, but so here. Okay, let me look at this last one, Jubilees 5:8. Let me just see real quick, you guys, if that is it. I don't think it is, but let me just see. It could be. Jubilees 5:8. 5:8. Yeah, that passage there in Jubilees 5:8 is a repeat of Genesis chapter 6:3. Yes. I cannot recall though. I know I've seen it somewhere. But yeah, that's not it either, Yavernia. Okay. So that being said, in Genesis chapter 6, again, as you all stated, that's very it alludes to that it's a 6,000-year period, and then Yahuwah will be done with how he's allowed man to rule the earth. And so yes, we find that here in 6:3 of Genesis. My spirit shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. He is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. Many people thought this was going to be the life expectancy of most people. Others thought that it had to do with Noah, him building the ark. It would take 120 years, and then Yahuwah was going to take him out if they didn't repent by the expiration of 120 years. And that is one of the readings of it. But this also has to do with the 120 Jubilee years, or 100 times 50 will give you 6,000 years, and then Yahuwah is going to take over the earth again, or the deed of the earth again. The other one that we find about this, and we read this before for those of you who did this with me before, let's go to 2 Kings. In 2 Kings, we read here, and let's read this together. And it says here, and it came to be, this is 2 Kings chapter 2, it came to be when Yahuwah was to take up Eliyahu, to the Shamaim by a whirlwind, that Eliyahu went with Elisha from Gilgal. And Eliyahu said to Elisha, please remain here, for Yahuwah has sent me on to Bethel. And Elisha said, as Yahuwah lives and your being lives, I do not leave you. And they went down to Bethel. And the son of the prophets who were at Bethel came to Elisha and said to him, do you know that Yahuwah is taking away your master from your head? And he said, I also know, be silent. And Eliyahu said to him, Elisha, please remain here, for Yahuwah has sent me to Jericho. Jericho, you may know as Jericho. So remember Jericho, okay, this word, Jericho, the town. And he said, as Yahuwah lives and as your being lives, I do not leave you. And they came into Jericho. And it says, and the sons of the prophets who were at Jericho came to Elisha and said to him, do you know that Yahuwah is taking away your master from over you today? And he said, I know, I also know, be silent. And Eliyahu said to him, please remain here, for Yahuwah has sent me to the Jordan. And he said, as Yahuwah lives and as your being lives, I do not leave you. And the two of them went on. And 50 men of the sons of the prophets, notice the number 50, 50 men of the sons of the prophets went and stood facing them at a distance, while the two of them stood by the Jordan. And Eliyahu took his mantle and rolled it up and struck the water, and it was divided this way and that, so that the two of them passed over on dry ground. And it came to be, when they had passed over, that Eliyahu and Elisha asked, What am I to do for you before I am taken away from you? And Elisha said, please let a double portion of your ruach be upon me. And Eliyahu said, you have made it hard to ask, yet if you see me when I am taken from you, it is yours. But if not, it is not. And it came to be, as they continued on and spoke, that see, the chariot of fire with horses of fire, which separated the two of them, and Eliyahu went up in a whirlwind into the Shamayim. So here we're getting a description using the vocabulary that was given to them at the time: a chariot, a vehicle illuminated with movement, with locomotion, which is what the horses represent, of fire. So this illumination, this vehicle is illuminated and it's flying in the sky, and it was in the shape, or the way that it moved was like a whirlwind. Some of us would call that a tornado or a dust devil. And it took him up into the Shamayim. Okay, so what I want to bring your attention to is that, first of all, there was 50 men, 50 of these prophets, okay, 50 men of the sons of the prophets here in verse 7. Notice that they went to Jericho, and then they also crossed the Jordan River, and it was divided this way and that as the two of them passed over the dry ground. So they went through the Jordan River. So now, why am I bringing this up? Let's go back to Deuteronomy chapter 34. And Moshe went up from the desert plains to Moab, Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite of where? Jericho. And Yahuwah showed him all the land of Gilad as far as Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and of Manasseh, all the land of Yehudah as far as the western sea, and the Nagab, which means the south, and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palms, the palm trees as far as Zoar. And Yahuwah said to him, this is the land of which I swore to Abraham, Yitzhak, and to Jacob, saying, to your seed I give it. I have let you look at it with your eyes, but you do not pass over there. And Moshe, the servant of Yahuwah, was unalive there in the land of Moab, according to the mouth of Yahuwah. And he was buried, and he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, and no one knows his burial place to this day. And Moshe was 120 years old when he was unalived. Notice the 120 here, okay? His eyes were not dim, nor his freshness gone. So now, where was this? It was across from Jericho, okay? Right here in the plains of the valley of Jericho, okay? But it was across from Jericho. All right, so now let me take you to a map. Let me pull this one out. Give me a second. Let's see here. Where is my map? Do I still have my maps in this book? I do not. Let me grab the other one. Give me a second, everyone. I need to find this map. Let's see. Does this one have it? Okay, so let me use this one for a second. So here is Jericho. Okay, this is where Eliyahu and Elisha went to. This is where they met the 50 sons of the prophets. And remember, they crossed over the Jordan. Here's the River Jordan. All right, they crossed over. Okay, now this one doesn't show it. Let me see if I can find another map that shows where Mount Nebo is. Does this one show Mount Nebo? I know one of these show Mount Nebo. Not this one. Not this one. Oh boy. I wish I had my map. I am not set up for this today, but I'm going to find one. Give me a second. Give me a segundo. I want you guys to see this because, again, you notice that there was 50 prophets. Masha died at the age of 120. Okay, those numbers and the location is what's important, okay? The location is what's important. But let me do this. Let me find an ancient map. Ancient map of the land of Canaan in the days of Moses. Okay, let's see if we can find this here. Let me go through these, see if I can find one. Give me a second, Mitch Paka. Okay, this'll do. This'll do. All right, so here's Jerusalem. There's Jericho. Here's the river. Oops. Here's the River Jordan. Right here is Mount Nebo. Okay, so they came down in this direction. All right, Mount Nebo. Remember, Eliyahu and Elisha crossed over the Jordan. This is where we just read in Deuteronomy chapter 34 about Masha being unalived at the top of Mount Nebo, and then he was buried in a valley in that area. Now, why do I bring all this up? That's Matthew chapter 17. Matthew chapter 17 connects the two, okay? Matthew chapter 17, what do we see here? Notice the number after 6 days, okay? What's after 6 days? The seventh day, right? And after 6 days, Yahusha, that is our Messiah, the Mashiach, took Kappa, Peter, Jacob, James, and Johanan, John, his brother, and brought them up on a high mountain by themselves. This mountain I'm proposing, this is just my opinion, I believe it's Mount Nebo. And he was transformed before them, and his face shined like the sun, and his garments became as white as light. Notice who shows up. And see, Masha, 120, Eliyahu, 50 prophets, appear to them, talking with him. Masha and Eliyahu were there after 6 days. The 6 days is indicative or a representation of 6,000 human year history. This takes us into the millennial reign, when what? The Messiah shall be in his full brightness, shining like the sun. Who else is going to be there? Eliyahu's going to be there, those who have never died. And what about Masha? Masha, who had died but has been resurrected. Those who are unalive, those who believe in the Messiah shall be changed first. They shall be brought up out of the grave. And then those who are left, who are like Eliyahu, who are alive, shall be caught up together as as what Masha represents. And as also Eliyahu represents the living. And we are both together with him on what? On a mountain. What mountain? Mount Zion. Okay, so the parallels cannot be by coincidence. Okay, so we see here the same thing, connecting the two, just like we see in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3. His ruach shall not strive with man forever. He shall limit man's years to 120 jubilee years. We have to put the word jubilee years in there because it doesn't say jubilee years, but we understand that there's this pattern of 120, and we're seeing the same thing here. So now let's go to the book of Acts, where we find the other one. In the book of Acts, we see here, it says, chapter 1, verse 15. And in those days, Kappa, standing up in the midst of the taught ones, that is the Talmudim, or the Kadashim, the disciples, and there was a gathering about 120. Okay? These are the 120 disciples. But when did they do this? If you continue to read, it brings us here to chapter 2. And when the day of the festival of Shabuat had come, they were all with one mind in one place. Who are they? The 120. What day was this? Shabuat. Does anybody know what Shabuat is? That's 7 times 7 Shabbats. And then the very next day is the 50th day. This is what the Greeks use in their terminology as Pentecost, which is count 50. That is not by accident. That's not by accident. Okay, so we see again that the number 50 is associated with 120. We found 3 different locations where this says. There's another one I can't recall. I think it's somewhere in Chronicles, but these are ones that I've found, and there's another one I believe it's in, again, either First or Second Chronicles, that talks about the 120 as well, and it's connected to 50. All of that is not by coincidence. That is a pattern. That is Yahuwah letting us know, and I've shared this before with some of you, that the day of Pentecost, again, which means Penta, 50, cost, count. Okay, like when you say, how much does something cost? You're saying, how many, silvers do I have to count out, which is what cost is. All right, so 50 count, Pentecost, and 120 disciples, like we just read here in chapter 1, verse 15. 120 disciples were there on the day of Pentecost. So here it is that Yahuwah is telling us, at the fulfillment of 120 Jubilee years, we are going to be one in Ruach, one in spirit, because this is when the Ruach was given, on the day of Pentecost, or what we know as Shabuat in the Hebrew. All right. Same thing about what we read in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3. After 120 Jubilee years, Yahuwah is going to take the reins again from man. Okay, so he's not gonna wrestle or strive or fight with man forever. He is going to limit our years to 120 Jubilee years. Same thing that we see from what happened with Elijah, Eliyahu. When was he taken? He was taken up. He was taken up. He was, as we would call today, raptured, if you will. Okay. When was he going to be raptured? Or when are we going to be raptured, as our Messiah was raptured? At the beginning of the millennial reign. That's when we're going to, those of us who are going to be in the ground, we're going to be raised up. Those who are coming with the Messiah, they're coming down to be resurrected with their bodies, or reunited with their bodies. This happens at the end of the 120 Jubilee years. All right. So again, all of this lines up with a day being 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day. Okay. Mm-hmm. Same thing with the 6 days of 6 days of the week. Also represents the 6 days of creation. Also represents one day for each day of creation is symbolic of 1,000 years. Not that it took 1,000 years for him to create the first day of what we read of the first day, and 1,000 years for the second day, and 1,000. No, he did it in a 24-hour period. Okay. Those days were set up. But what we're seeing is a pattern of the days of the week, representing each day represents 1,000 years. This is why the Sabbath, which is going to be the millennial reign, is a millennial reign of a Sabbath. Okay, it's a rest of 1,000 years. We shall rest with him, rule and reign with him for 1,000 years. Okay, that is the Shabbat, millennial Shabbat, or which is symbolic of the 7th-day Sabbath. Okay. What else do we have here? Anything else here that we're going through? So that means 6,000 years is 120 times 50 Jubilee years. Yes, exactly, Lauren. Myron, you said, I see 40 yoms throughout the scriptures. Is there any importance to that number? Yes, it is, Myron. So the 40 years, or the number 40. So let's do this one. Let's do the same thing with that. And you're going to see how it lines up. It literally, the 40 that you're seeing is 40 Jubilee years. So if you multiply 40 by 50, you get 2,000 or 2,000 years. Okay. So that inserts right into the very last part of the 120 Jubilee years. It would be 40 of the 120 Jubilee years. Okay. So if you was to break up the 120 Jubilee years into 40s, you would have the first third, which would be the first 40 years. And then you have the second third, which will be another 40 years. That'll give you 80 years. And then you have the third third, which would be the last, or 120 Jubilee years. So 40 plus 40 plus 40 gives you 120. Okay, so each one of those represents 50-year periods. So here we see in Matthew chapter 4, remember here it says that the Messiah fasted 40 days and 40 nights. But what happened while he was out there fasting for 40 days and 40 nights? He was tried by the devil. So here, follow me on this. 40 years, temptation, okay, or testing. All right. And then we have the book of Acts. Let's go back here to the book of Acts. Acts chapter 1, first account I made, O Theophilus, of all that Yahusha began to do and to teach until the day when he was taken up, his ascension, when he was taken, after giving instructions through the set-apart spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, to the emissaries, to the apostles whom he had chosen, to whom he also presented himself alive after his sufferings by many infallible proofs, being seen by them for what? 40 days, speaking concerning the reign of Alua Elohim. So now, let me write down 40 again here. This is after his resurrection. Okay. 40 days. Resurrection. Okay. So what are we being told here? Now, between the temptation and the resurrection, there was 3.5 years. Okay. There was 3.5 years between the first 40 and this last 40. They're like bookmarks or bookends of a book, that you have something to hold your books together on a bookshelf. They just using that as a symbolism. Okay, so you have 40 and 40 at the beginning of our Messiah's ministry and at the end of his ministry. Do you think that's by accident? That is just by happenstance, an accidental occurrence? I don't think so. What seems to be told to us is that the body, remember, he's the head. The Messiah is the head. We are the body. If each one of these days represents a 50-year period, a day for a year, you multiply that, you're going to get 2,000 years, right? 2K. Okay. Now, again, down here, same thing, 50 times 40, a day for a year, you're going to also get 2K. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Imagine for a second, as I do this, all right, and then another one. Okay, so you notice that I have these two lines and they're offset, okay? Now, just use your imagination for a minute. This one here is the testing period, okay, or 2,000 years, okay, testing for 2,000 years. This one here, resurrection, $2,000 years, okay. Between the two, there's a gap of 3.5 years on this side and 3.5 years on this side, okay? Now, I know that might look like it's 13. That's not what I meant to do there. But what you see here is this is when our Messiah started his ministry, okay, the 40 days that he was being tempted by Satan. Here, at the end of his ministry, he was seen for 40 days, all right, after his resurrection. If you go 2,000 years on each one of these timelines, you're going to see there's an offset of 3.5 years here as well, just like we have a 3.5 year set here. Yahuwah's ministry, Satan's ministry. Why do I say this is Yahusha's ministry when he was here in the flesh, and this is Satan's ministry here at the end? Because this is the 3.5 year period of what we know as the Great Tribulation. Okay? This is the Great Tribulation period between these two gaps of the first 2,000 year timeline and the second 2,000 year timeline. So what are we being told? For 2,000 years, or for 40 Jubilee years, the body of the Messiah is going to be tested. It's going to be tempted. Okay? We're going to be tempted for 2,000 years, his body, his believers. At the same time, 40 Jubilee years, or 40 years of 50-year periods, at the end of it, at the end of the Great Tribulation, we are going to be resurrected. We shall be alive. We shall be caught up with him, just like he was taken. Okay, so we're being told the same thing, that the resurrection is going to happen at the end of the 3.5 year period. Do you guys see what I'm showing you here? Does it make sense? If it makes sense to you, give me a 7. Con, okay, I see it. Yes, yes. So what you're seeing here, with all of this being said, this is a pattern that Yahuwah is letting us know, and we can find that this 50 times 40 Jubilee year period is also spoken in the Old Testament in the book of Hosea. Let's go to the book of Hosea, also known as Usha. Hosea, where is Hosea? Here it is. Hosea chapter 6. Let's read this together. Notice what it says here, starting at verse 1. Hosea chapter 6, verse 1. Come, let us turn back to Yahuwah. The word turn back here is tashub. That means to return to the ancient path. Not what Christianity is teaching. I always have to say that. But we're to go back to the same teachings that was given to the children of Yasharah when they were in the wilderness. So let us turn back to Yahuwah. For he has torn, but he does heal us. He has stricken, but he binds us up. So that means he's going to break us down. Chastisement, discipline, but he's going to build us up to who we're supposed to be. But notice what verse 2 says. After 2 days, after 2 millennia, or after 2,000 years, he shall revive us. That's a resurrection. On the 3rd day, that would be after 2 days, would be the 3rd day, he shall raise us up. Where? From the grave, so that we live resurrection before him. Do you see this? This has to do with what we just talked about, this 2,000 year period. This is what we're talking about. This is being mentioned here in Hosea chapter 6, verses 1 and 2. Okay. We also see this at the foot of the mountain in when Masha and all of them were before Mount Sinai. Let's go to Exodus. Let me see. Okay. Give me a second. Let me look this up real quick. Pull this up here. Okay, is it 33 or 34? Let me get one of you guys to look this up for me if I don't find it first. I think it's in the book, it's either in the book of Exodus or in the book of Deuteronomy, where Yahuwah tells them they are to clean themselves and to be set apart, for on the third day he is going to come down and visit them. On the third day they are to stay away from their wives, and after 2 days he is going to come down on the third day. If you guys can find that, run JLC. Well, I'm gonna see if I can find that for, or explain that to you a little better, my friend. Where is that? I cannot recall where he says. I know it's some Exodus 19. Thank you, Jackie. Exodus 19. Oh, yep. This is the one, to the Atah. Yes, here we go. So we're going to start a little before verse 10, because it actually goes back a little bit. Verse 7. Now Moshe came, this is again Exodus chapter 19, verse 7. And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people and set them before all these words which Yahuwah commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, all that Yahuwah has spoken we shall do. So Moshe brought back the words of the people to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah said to Moshe, see, I am coming to you in a thick cloud, so that the people hear when I speak with you and believe you forever. And Moshe reported the words of the people to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah said to Moshe, go to the people and set them apart today, 1,000 years, tomorrow, 2,000 years, and they shall wash their garments. Remember what Yahuwah says, or Yahusha said. He says, purchase from me, buy from me raiments of white clothing. Okay, this is in the book of Revelation. All right. So we are to wash our garments. How do we wash our garments? In the blood of Yahusha. And it says, and shall be prepared by the third day. For on the third day, not after, but on the third day, this is also equal to the sixth, or excuse me, going into the seventh day. Remember, you have 6,000 years of human history, and then you have the 7,000th year, which is also known as the millennial reign, 1,000 years, each day representing 1,000 years. So the first 4 days, or excuse me, the first 3 days will be the former days. The fourth day is the present day. The last 3 days will be called the last days, or the latter days. Okay. So here we're being told about the latter days. Okay. By the third day, which will be the 7,000th year, or the seventh day, the millennial reign, for on the third day Yahusha, or Yahuwah, shall come down upon Mount Sinai before the eyes of all the people. Okay, this again has to do with what we just read in Hosea chapter 6, verses 1 and 2. So just so you can put your eyes on it, this is how you understand when we say the last days. This is how you understand it to be the last days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, so all of this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So again, this would be the former days. This right here was the time that Yahusha came. Okay, this is when he came, the fourth millennium. These last days right here, these are the last days. These are the last days. All right. So we're living right here, getting ready to enter into the seventh day, the completion of the sixth day, the completion of the sixth day, right before we enter into the seventh. But what happened on the sixth day? Genesis chapter 1. Let's go to the sixth day. Remember what he did? He created Adam and Yahuwah on the sixth day. All right. Adam and Yahuwah were perfect. They were perfect before they entered into the seventh day, before they entered into the Shabbat rest. So the same thing is with us. He is going to bind us up and we're going to live before him. He's going to break us down, but he's going to revive us. That happens here. That happens right here at the very end of the sixth day, getting ready to go into the seventh. So we were created at the very end of the sixth day. Who was created before us on the sixth day? What was created before us on the sixth day? What was created before us on the sixth day? Remove canine wolf, please. Remove canine wolf. Yes, CQTR, animals, the beasts. So we are being, again, symbolically speaking, we were like beasts. We're like beasts right now. All of us are living as beasts right now in the flesh. Okay. To be carnally minded is to be like a beast, no different than an animal in the land. But what is he doing? He's making us into sons of Elohim. This is why at the end of the sixth day, which is when he created Adam and Eve, or Adam and Kahua, they were perfect. They were perfected. And so it'll be the same for us when we enter into the millennial reign. We are perfect beings entering into the rest. Do you see the analogy? You see the pattern? Okay. Okay, let's see here. Who was it that asked a question about BT Reform? You said, how do we know which scriptures are prophetic days versus literal ones? Many of the things that you read in scripture have more than one application. Okay. You have the historical account, you have the story. Okay. That's the historical account, but you also have a prophetical application to that historical account, or that historical application. So just like what we was reading here about the first chapter here of the book of Genesis, about the 6 days of creation, on the seventh day he rested, there is also, you have the historical account, which is how we all read Genesis chapter 1, the six days of creation, and then the seventh day he rested. But there's also a prophetical account. A day equals 1,000 years, and 1,000 years equals a day. How do you connect this? You have to go to the book of Isaiah, where he says that he spoke the end from the beginning. Okay. When he says he spoke the end from the beginning, he's giving you a clue. He's giving you a hint. When you go back and you read Genesis chapter 1, he's telling you, don't look at it just on the surface level of the history. Yes, that is true history. But what am I telling you through that true history as well? I'm showing you the future. He spoke the end from the beginning. So what you're reading in Genesis chapter 1, he's telling you that's exactly how it's going to end. He spoke the end from the beginning. So it's like we're going backwards in the book of Genesis right now. Why do I say we're going backwards? Because again, he spoke the end from the beginning. So as we lived our lives as history, the application of history, the account of history, all these things happened, but now we're going back. It's history repeating itself. Now it's like we're going in reverse back to chapter 1. Okay. What do I mean by that? So as you can tell, if we go back and we look at a lot of the things that has happened throughout the book of Genesis, let's go to, so like right here. This is Genesis 15. Abraham was called, but his seed was also called. Okay. This is where he talks about how he's going to deal with those who have put his people into servitude for 400 years. Okay. Well, this right here just was completed. It was just completed in 2019 of our pagan year. How do we know this? Because again, his people, Abraham's people, who we know as the tribe of Judah, one of the 12 tribes, was sent on these ships of what do they call it? The transatlantic slave trade. They were sent on these ships, just like we were told in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68 would happen to us for disobedience. Our ancestors were disobedient. So they were taken into servitude for 400 years. This isn't talking about the Egyptian captivity, because they didn't serve the Egyptians for 400 years. They probably served them for maybe 150 years at most. Okay. All the rest of that time that they were in Egypt, from the time that they came down with the 70 believers, with Jacob, whose name was Yasharal, Israel, to come down there to live with Joseph, the second to the youngest son, who was only second below Pharaoh. Israel was living great. They were living in the land of Goshen. They weren't living underneath Pharaoh and being a slave to the Egyptians. That didn't happen until another Pharaoh came who did not know Joseph, and then put them under the ban to where they were to serve the Egyptians as slaves. So this is talking about what's happened here in the United Snakes of America. Okay, this is talking about those who have been brought here. Well, now that this has already happened, our eyes are opening up. That's why so many of your eyes are opening up to this true information about who the true Israelites are, about the true name of our Creator and the Messiah, about the true calendar. All of this is happening now because we're going back to the beginning. So now this has already transpired. So now let's go further back here. So now we're going into where it talks about the Tower of Babel. This is where we get AI technology, the Tower of Babel. All the governments of the world, not to us, not to those of us that they consider as cattle and sheep, as dumb animals, okay? But these people who are ruling this world, you guys know who I'm talking about, okay? They look at us all, they call us goyim, and they don't use the goyim the way it's written in scripture. They use us as being these beasts, like we were just talking about what was created right before Adam and Kahuah was created. We're like animals of the land. They consider themselves Adam and Kahuah, while the rest of us are the beasts of the field that was created on the sixth day with them. That's how they view us through their Talmudic traditions, okay? But what we're seeing here is that everyone, all of us, are going backwards. The whole society is going back towards the Garden of Eden when everything is going to be perfect. So this is where we're at right now. We are at the point of the Tower of Babel, digitally speaking. We're all speaking one language, which is technology. We're all using this technology to do what? To defy Yahuwah. We're doing what we will. And if Yahuwah doesn't come down and stop us, there's nothing that we can't do. So it says it right here. Let's read this. This is exactly what's happening right now. This is in Genesis chapter 11, verse 6. And Yahuwah said, look, they are one people. We are unified, right? And they all speak one language. Not talking about everyone speaks English, even though that is the merchant language of the earth right now. This is Satan. This is the Satan language for his kingdom. But it's talking about we have one ideology, one understanding, one goal in mind. And this is what they begin to do, AI technology. And now they are not going to be withheld from doing whatever they plan to do. So what are we trying to do with this AI technology? Life extendency, transhumanism. We're trying to get eternal life without going through Yahuwah. We're going to circumvent everything that he has given us, and we're going to find it through the hands and through the knowledge of Satan. That's what's happening right now. This is the digital Tower of Babel that we're dealing with. So after this, what happens? He's going to destroy the tower, of course, right? But now we're all going to also understand who we are and where we come from. This is what they call the Tablet of Nations, chapter 10. Okay, who are the sons of Japheth? Who are the sons of Ham? Who are the sons of Sham? This is all happening right now. Okay, so this is going to be the next thing. This is where everyone is getting marked. Not only the children of Yasharal, the 144,000 from the 12 tribes, but even the Gentiles are going to know who they are and where they come from and who they're connected to. Okay? And so this takes us back, and it continues to take us back. And now we see from the book of Revelation what happened, as it says, our Messiah says, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be when the Son of Man returns. Here we are, Romans. Genesis chapter 6, what happened? As it was in the days of Noah, there were giants on the land. This is what we read in Revelation chapter 9, that there are going to be these giants that are going to come up, these locusts, this locust army that is about to come out. We know that they are the fallen ones. They are going to be here on the earth. It says in the word, Yahushua says that some men's hearts shall fail them for what they see that's coming upon the earth. So people are going to have heart attacks because of what they're seeing. Okay, so this is what is going to transpire in the near future. And then after this, we get into, let's see here, man killing man, which would be Cain and Abel, okay, unaliving one another. But right after that, what happens? We enter into the Garden of Eden. We enter into paradise with the Mashiach, and he's going to walk with us in the cool of the day, just like he was with Adam and Kahuah before they fell. And we're going to be in a new body, a body that is, we're all beings of light. Just like Adam and Yahuwah were first created, they were created in Yahuwah's image and after his likeness. They were beings of light. This is what's going to happen to us. This is what we're reading in the book of Revelation. When you go all the way back, the tree of life is once again revealed. Verse 14 of Revelation chapter 22. Baruch are those doing his commandments so that they have the authority of theirs unto the tree of life to enter through the gates into the city. This right here is going to be the new Garden of Eden. And so do you guys see how we're going backwards? This is why Yahuwah says he spoke the end from the beginning. Ooh, scared me, dear. You just dropped one back there. We'll have to get it later, babe.
Yes.
But to that time.
Mm-hmm. Some pears. You didn't know I was here?
No. Babe, can you bring the heater from downstairs, please? Thank you, dear. All right. So I hope everybody understood that. I know it kind of might have been running my mouth trying to fit all of that so you guys can see it. But I hope it makes sense. No, Hava, I am eating these beautiful grapes. They just pop in your mouth, just, you know what I mean? Tasty. Okay, so I see a lot of you understand it. Beautiful, beautiful. All praise to Abba Yahuwah. Yeah, I need a heater at Cody. I need a heater at Cody Jackie. Today is actually the coldest day of the year for us so far. Right now it is, let me tell you guys what the temperature is here. It is, oh, I can't do it while I'm on the phone. Hold down, hold down. Let me see here. I don't know if I can get it. I thought it would say it here. Oh, yeah, there it is. 61 degrees right now. 61 degrees, but my house is keeping the temperature from last night, so it's still like kind of cold inside the house, so I got to warm it up, even though I think outside is actually warmer than it is inside right now. Let me see here. 29 degrees. See, that's why I can't live over there. That is just too cold. Over there, baby. Yes. And hit the switch. There you go. Thank you, dear. Put this over this way so my feet ain't freezing. All right. Okay, do I eat meat, Michael? You ask. Yes, I do eat meat. I just don't eat unclean meat. What happened?
You dropped my phone.
Okay. Nicole, you say, does new Yahushalom come down after the millennial reign? Yes, it's not during the millennial reign, but after the millennial reign. Yes. At least that is my understanding. I don't see any proof of it being before then. BT, you said 61 degrees is cold. Yeah, when your body isn't climatically what's the word I'm looking for? Acclimated to some of these sub-freezing temperatures that some of you guys live in other parts of this country. For us, 60 degrees is cold here in the desert Southwest. You said that's your default temperature at Cody Nazareth? I can't do it. No. I mean, I can do it as long as I'm dressed and stuff. I can do everything, really. But, you know, if you used to ask me what is my medium comfort of temperature that I like, it would be in the 70s and no higher than 85 degrees here in the desert Southwest. 85 degrees somewhere else, like in the summertime where there's humidity, I don't like that. That is just sticky and hot. Oh yeah, Brooke, 79 degrees and you're in Hawaii? Yeah, that would be perfect for me right now. Unclean meat, are you trying to follow the Old Testament law? Fro Stafford, you ask a great question. Unclean meat? Question? Are you trying to follow the Old Testament law? Am I trying to follow the Old Testament law? Yes. Should you be following the Old Testament law? Yes, Fro. Even though you might not want to, or Frost, I guess that's what it is, Frost Avid. Um, Frost Avid, yeah, you should be following it too, my friend. Let's see, 36 degrees here in KC, Missouri. Katrina, that is freezing. That's freezing. I can't do it. That's why when I used to live in Omaha, I couldn't wait to leave. I couldn't wait to move from there. But I'm really behind you guys. I'm still trying to catch up. Okay, here we go. Okay. Hashar Natser, you're asking the question. I have a hard time deciphering clean versus unclean. Can you touch on that? Yes. So if we go to Leviticus chapter 11, where you find the clean and unclean meats. So let's read a little bit of this. Give me a second run and I'll answer you here. Let's read the dietary laws real quick and then we'll get into the millennial reign. Yeah. Okay. So here we are given, it says, Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron, saying to them, speak to the children of Yasharal, not to the Gentiles, okay, to those who are Yasharal. These are the living creatures which you do eat among all the beasts that are on the Arats. Whatever has a split hoof, completely divided, chewing the cud among the beasts, that you can eat, or you do eat, as it says here, you can eat it. Only these do you not eat among those who chew the cud, or those who have a split hoof. So these are the exemptions of the criteria that is met here, whatever hoof is split, and that they chew the cud, or they chew grain, or they chew straw or grass, okay? Only these you do not eat among that chew the cud and those who have a split hoof. One of them is the camel. You don't eat a camel, okay? Because it chews on the cud, but does not have a split hoof. This would also include your horses and your ponies, your donkeys and your mules. They all have, as you know, a horseshoe. Okay, you know what a horseshoe looks like? That is like this U, right? The horseshoe looks like a letter U. There's no split in the hoof. Hence why the horseshoe is in the shape of a U, because it's covering the whole hoof. There's no split in it, because then that means that there would be two pieces of metal, or two pieces of whatever you want to call the horseshoe to be. So it says here, because it chews the cud but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. And the rabbit. So all you guys out there, and I'm guilty, I didn't know any better. I was a little kid. My older brother and one of my dad's friends, they went rabbit hunting in Omaha, or outside of Omaha, Nebraska. So they brought back all these rabbits, poor little bunnies. And yeah, that was my first time, and I think my last time ever eating a rabbit. Even though it chews the cud but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you, okay? Even though the rabbit only eats leaves and eats grass, you still can't eat it. It is unclean. It is not okay to eat, okay? Let's continue. And the hare, which is another type of rabbit, you may know it as a jackrabbit, because it chews the cud but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. And the infamous pig, the swine, the pork, though it has a split hoof, okay? All of you know what a pig foot looks like at the bottom. It kind of looks like a doggy's paw, okay? Completely divided, yet does not chew the cud, it is unclean to you. Their flesh you do not eat. Their flesh you do not eat, and their carcasses you do not touch. They are unclean to you, okay? These you do eat of all that are in the waters. Now we're going to the fishes. Anything that has fins and scales in the water, in the seas, or in the rivers, that you can eat. But all that have not fins, like eels, your catfish, okay? Ain't supposed to eat those, all right? All that move in the waters are living beings, which is in the waters, they are an abomination to you. Okay, if they don't have fins and scales, you ain't supposed to touch them. All right, you ain't supposed to be eating no stingrays. All right, you ain't supposed to be eating no alligators and crocodiles. Okay, you ain't supposed to be eating no shrimp. It has scales, right? But it don't have no fins. And you might say, well, the tail is kind of a fin. Bottom feeders. They eat carcasses. Lobsters, same thing. Crawdads, crawfish, whatever you want to call it, from your neck of the woods, ain't supposed to be eating that. Not supposed to be eating it. All right? They are abomination to you. Their flesh you do not eat, and their carcasses you abominate. You destroy it. All that have not fins and scales in the waters are an abomination to you, and these you do abominate among the birds. They are not eaten. They are an abomination. So now here we have to start thinking a little bit, okay? Because this is where there's mixed feelings about this. Even within our group, there's mixed feelings about this, okay? But let me go ahead and read this off. The eagle. We all know what an eagle is. The vulture. You know what a buzzard looks like? It's got that bald head with the nasty looking neck and skin. You know what I'm talking about. They look like they have red necks and all that stuff. That's a vulture. And the black vulture, okay, like the condors and your ravens and all of that. And the hawk, you know what a hawk is, and the falcon after its kind. Every raven after its kind, the ostrich. All you down there living in Australia, New Zealand, don't be eating them ostriches. Or the other ones that look like ostriches. I forget their names. You ain't supposed to eat them either. And the nighthawk and the seagull. Notice the word seagull here. Why not the seagull? The seagulls have a webbed foot. They have a webbed foot. So like ducks, you ain't supposed to eat ducks, okay? No geese. No ducks, no geese, goose, geese, however you want to say it. You ain't supposed to eat anything with a webbed foot. Ain't supposed to be going in your mouth, okay? A hawk after its kind. Owls, you ain't supposed to eat no owls, okay? No matter what color they are, no matter what they're called. Pelican, again, another type of bird with webbed feet. Carrion vulture, I don't know what that is. A stork, we know what a stork is. A heron, we know what that is. A hoopoe, we might want to look that up. But also a bat. You ain't supposed to be eating no kind of bat. I don't care if it's a fruit bat and all they eat is fruit, or a vampire bat. You ain't supposed to eat nothing that looks like those leathery looking nasty creatures. They have their purposes. They're supposed to be eating other things, and we're not supposed to be eating them. All right. All flying insects that creep on all fours is an abomination to you. All flying insects, okay, like your cicadas. All flying insects, okay, not supposed to be eating cicadas, okay, but I know people who do. Now you can eat locusts, you can eat grasshoppers. Yeah, they fly, but they only fly for a moment and then go back down. In fact, we know we can eat locusts, which is a desert grasshopper. Okay, a grasshopper is in the difference between a locust and a grasshopper is only the location, geographical location. A grasshopper is also considered a locust, but a true locust is one who lives in the desert. Okay, that's a locust. A grasshopper, which looks just like a locust but a different color, is where you have, you know, your grass, your trees, and everything else. But it's still the same. You can eat that. Okay. Yes, because John the Baptist ate these things. All right, so let's continue. Only these you do eat of every flying insect that creeps on all fours, those which have jointed legs from above their feet, with which to leap on the earth. This is again describing our grasshoppers and locusts. These of them you do eat. Arba locust after its kind, the Solemn locust after its kind, the Hargo locust after its kind, and the Hagab locust after its kind. These are all different types of grasshoppers. That'd be like eating crickets too. Crickets would be in that same spot. But all other flying insects which have 4 feet are an abomination to you. And by these you are made unclean, anyone touching the carcass of any of what is unclean until evening. So again, we talked about this before. You'll see in many places where it says that when you touch unclean things, or you have fluids coming out of your body that's being discharged, you're also considered unclean, man and female. Okay, men with the semen, female with that bodily discharge that you have during your month when you know, or had your periods back in the day. That is unclean. Why? Because there are things that can happen to one another by passing this DNA to one another. As it starts to deteriorate, once it leaves the body, it can cause problems to the next person who is not attached to that DNA. It can cause diseases, okay, illnesses. And so you'll see where it talks about how you'll be unclean to the evening. Why does it say to the evening? Again, we have to read between the lines. It doesn't say why you'll be unclean into the evening, but it has to do with the sunlight. The sunlight's UV rays is a natural filament of way to cleanse certain things. Okay, like if you leave anything out in the sun, it disinfects it after a while, because it's killing all the things that are contaminants on certain surfaces, like our skin, our clothes, certain types of cups and dishes that you have. These things, once you clean it, you set it out, you let the sun hit it with its UV light, and it's going to destroy it. It's going to destroy anything that's left. Okay. Hence why you'll see that a person is unclean till evening. Once the sun goes down, you've been out there all day. You're supposed to expose yourself to the sun to be cleansed. All right. Okay, so mini butterfly, you must not have heard, and you might have just came in, but duck is off limits. Duck is totally off limits. Now, some people, even within our group, believe that chicken is also off limits. Okay, because of some of the things that a chicken can eat. Okay, so this is the same thing with like catching. Now, me personally, I think chicken is fine, but a chicken must be raised a certain way. Free range chickens that are not being fed nasty stuff, because an animal will eat some nasty stuff if you allow them to. But you want chicken that's raised properly. And we can't speak of all chicken, but certain chickens. Same thing with turkeys. But this is the same thing what I was going to get at when it comes to like salmon. Salmon has a fin, okay, has fins, and it has scales. But you have certain ones that are raised in hatcheries that are literally unclean for us to eat. They have all kinds of worms in their flesh and all that stuff. These American salmons are nasty. You shouldn't digest that. You want wild caught salmon. Wild caught salmon is better. Okay, but again, it's the same thing. There, even though it's the same fish, but it's the way it's raised. That's what makes it different. So you have to be careful. Okay, yes, parasites all over the place. And this is why you have to cook your meat very well. You need to destroy any parasites. These parasites can enter into the brain. It will cross over the skull, blood-brain barrier, or however they say it, but it'll enter into your brain. It'll cause you it'll mess you up, literally mess you up. So you got to be careful. All right. Let's see what else. So then it goes on and says, by these you are made unclean. Anyone touching the carcass of any of them is unclean until evening, and anyone picking up part of the carcass of any of them has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. Every beast that has a split hoof, not completely divided, or does not chew the cud is unclean to you. Anyone who touches their carcasses is unclean. And whatever goes on its paws among all creatures that go on all fours, those are unclean to you. So yeah, you can't be eating no cats and dogs, Koreans. I'm part Korean myself, so I'm speaking about people that come from my DNA. They be loving them some cats and dogs. I don't understand it. And their carcass is unclean until evening. And he who picks up their carcass has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. Again, must be exposed to the sun. They are unclean to you. And these are unclean to you among the creeping creatures that creep on the earth, the mole, the mouse, the tortoise after its kind. So again, any of you guys who want to eat any of that stuff, go right on ahead, but you ain't supposed to be eating it. And the gecko, that's a type of lizard. Land crocodiles, and the sand reptile, and the sand lizard, and the chameleon. These are unclean to you among all that creep. Anyone who touches them when they are dead becomes unclean until evening. And whatever any of them in its dead state falls upon becomes unclean, whether it's any wood object or garment or skin or sack, any object in which the work is done. It is put in water, and it shall be unclean until evening, then it shall be clean. Okay, so again, let's say you're over here butchering a piece of meat and a blood splatter from a meat that you're supposed to eat, like let's say a cow, and it drops into a bucket of water. Well, that water is unclean now. Toss it, dump it, and then clean out whatever it was that it was in. Allow it to sit out in the sun. Of course, today we can steam it and everything else and disinfect it. But back in those days, just like when we're out in the wilderness, you are going to want to practice this practice. Okay. You're going to wash it as best as you can. Even if you have no soap, you're going to use some running water. You might use some sand from the bottom of the riverbed, and you're going to use that to scrape the inside of your cup or your dish or whatever. Rinse it again with running water. Let it dry out in the sun. Let the sun hit it. If that day is cloudy, let it sit another day. Let the sun get to it. Whatever day that is that sun hits it, I ain't going to touch it until the sun touch it. If the sun don't touch it, it ain't coming to my mouth. It ain't coming to my mouth. Hashar Natsar, mackerel. Mackerel is clean. Mackerel is clean. They have fish. They have fish. They have fins and they have scales. Let's see what else. Okay, so the earthen vessels. Any earthen vessel into which any of them falls, whichever it is, becomes unclean, and you break it. So this is talking about the earthen vessels, like the clay vessels that are very porous. We're not talking about your ceramic where you have it glazed over with a sealer. We're talking about those that are porous, like vases, right? All inside the vases, they have all these little pock marks in there. They're like little openings, cavities, where these germs can enter. They'll never really be clean. You need to break those and just discard it. Don't even use it again. Okay, when you have some of these things enter into it that can cause it to be contaminated. Let's see, where are we at here? Verse 34, any of the food which might be eaten on which water comes becomes unclean. Any drink which might be drunk from it becomes unclean. Okay, again, any of the food which might be eaten on which water comes becomes unclean. The water is unclean. Any drink which might be drunk from it becomes unclean, meaning that your water now that's in that cup or that bowl is now contaminated. Dump that water out, clean that vessel, go through the process of getting it clean. Of course, we got Dawn and all this other stuff, palm olive and all of that. But again, we're talking about when you don't have these things and you're out in the wilderness. This is how the children of Yasharal had to live under the sun, out in the environment. Verse 36, but a fountain or a well, a collection of water is clean, but whatever touches their carcass is unclean. Okay, so again, if a carcass, I hope we never ever, none of us ever drink from a pool of water or a well where a dead bird fell into it, or there might be some insects that are floating in the water. That water is unclean. You need to clean that water. You need to boil it. You need to take it through some kind of filtration thing, something, but you just cannot drink that right away. You might not get sick. But all it takes is that one time that you drink that water, and it'll be the last time you drink water. That water is contaminated, and your body will be contaminated. Okay. Verse 39, and when any of the beasts which are yours for food dies, he who touches its carcass becomes unclean until evening. Again, this has to do with how you are butchering meat, okay? And so you would probably butcher and you have somebody else to do the cooking. And he who eats of its carcass has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. And he who picks up its carcass has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. Even the priesthood, the Levitical priesthood, when they was picking up and they're taking the lamb or the goat or the bull and they're unaliving it before they put it onto the slaughter place, the altar, they had to cleanse themselves. And even after they got done, they had to cleanse themselves and wash their garments and put on another garment before they go out to the people. Because if not, they're going to cross-contaminate everybody. The whole camp is going to be diseased. All right. Verse 41, and every swarming creature, the one that swarms on the earth, is an abomination It is not to be eaten. Whatever crawls on its stomach, like a snake, okay, a millipede, any of them kind of things, a worm that goes on all fours, whatever has many feet, like a millipede, like I was saying, all swarming creatures, the ones swarming on the earth, these you do not eat. So don't eat no flies, okay? For they are not for they are an abomination. Do not make yourselves abominable with any swarming creature, the one swarming, and do not make yourselves unclean with them, lest you be defiled by them. For I am Yahuwah, your mighty one, and you shall set yourselves apart. You shall be clean, you shall be pure, and you shall be set apart, for I am set apart. Notice that. We are to be set apart because he set apart. And do not defile yourselves with any swarming creature. He says that many times, the one creeping on the earth. For I am Yahuwah, who is bringing you up out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, to be your mighty one, and you shall set yourself apart, for I am set apart. He says it again. This is the law of the beasts and of the birds and of every living being, the creeping creature in the waters, and every being that swarms on the erots, to make a distinction between what is unclean and what is the clean, and between the living creature and that is eaten, and the living creature that is not to be eaten. So this is the dietary laws, okay? Before we get into the millennial reign, I wanted to show you again how we see the unclean and the clean. You're to make a distinction. But notice what Christianity does. They don't make a distinction. And it speaks about it here in Ezekiel chapter 22. Notice how it says here, and we've read this, but there's some new people in here. I need them to see this. Notice what it says here, starting in verse 26. This is again Ezekiel chapter 22, verse 26. Her, meaning the people of Yasharal, their leaders, their priests, their teachers, have done violence to my teachings. That teaching is the Torah. And they profane my set apart matters. Notice my set apart matters. Remember, he set apart. We're supposed to be set apart. They have not distinguished. They haven't made the distinction between what is pure and what is profane. Okay? Oh, Tudata Aki Al. Wow, 3 hours have gone by already. Nor have they made known the difference between the unclean and the clean. This is what Christianity doesn't want to do. They don't want to make the distinction. Oh, you can eat anything you want. Eat it because the Messiah has said that we can eat anything. All those laws have been nailed to the pagan cross. We can eat whatever we want. They have hidden their eyes from my Sabbaths. They don't want to know the Sabbaths. Christianity. They don't want to know the Sabbaths. They say Sabbath is any day you want. You can any day is your rest day, they say. And I am profaned in their midst. Yahuwah is profaned in these people's midst. Why? Because of the children of Yasharal. The children of Israel don't know what is clean and unclean to teach these Gentiles who call themselves Christians, who call themselves or claim themselves to be following the Messiah. They don't know what the truth is. We're supposed to be teaching them what the truth is. But even if they don't want to hear us, at least they are told what the truth is. Like what we're doing right now. You got to know the difference. You can't hide your head in the sand and for you to not know what is clean and what is unclean, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable before Yahuwah. As I like to say, you think you can eat anything, go ahead and eat a poisonous frog. It'll be the last poisonous frog you ever eat because soon as you touch it, soon as your fingers touch it and you don't have gloves on, you're dying. That poisonous frog, that poison is going to enter your bloodstream through your skin. Let alone if you put it in your mouth, you're dead. You're done. You're cooked. You ain't supposed to be eating no worms in a tequila. There's no need for an insect or a worm, a scorpion, or anything to be sitting in the bottom of a bottle of alcohol. Shouldn't be. But you can't tell these people nothing. They're going to eat sharks. They're going to eat octopus and squid. My family does a whole lot of this stuff. I can't eat it. It seems like anything that's in the ocean is food. They don't care what it is. If it's alive, oh, bring it here. Let's put it in a bowl. Let's put it in this. Let's cook it. Let's see what it tastes like. This is unclean. It's very unclean for us. And no wonder why cancer rates are going up. No wonder why people got diseases and they're giving it to other people. Because they're touching what is unclean. Yahuwah is the Messiah. What about animal fat? Are we supposed to eat those? To a certain degree, yes, but not in bulk like you see people eating animal fats. Like you shouldn't just be taking lard to the mouth. Like that's just taking a whole scoop of Crisco oil and just putting in your oop. That's gonna mess up your veins and your arteries. You talking about clogging arteries? Keep on eating that and see how you build up plaque in your veins and in your arteries. Now, you can't get rid of animal fats when you cook steak and when you cook, other types of meat. It's already in the meat. Some are going to have more fat content than others. You want to try to trim as much fat as you possibly can. Luis, can I touch dead shrimp for bait? Can you touch dead shrimp for bait? Well, you're going to be unclean. Can you use it for bait? I guess you can. I don't know if I would eat that fish after giving that fish shrimp. I don't know about that. But here's the thing. The scripture doesn't tell us that you can't eat a fish, because there's a lot of fish out there that do eat shrimp, like what we call krill, small miniature shrimps. Your mackerels eat them, tunas eat them, and these are clean fish. Okay, so I don't think that the shrimp disqualifies it that you can't eat the fish. But as handling the shrimp, yeah, you're going to be unclean. But I'm sure you wash your hands and stuff, so you would be unclean until the evening. Yes, lard is pig. I'm just using that as an example. Just grease, fat. No water hen, which is a female duck, in the Septuagint 11 says this. Also web feet too. Yep, duck you can't eat. It has web feet. Simone, you say, I'm not a vegetarian, but I will eat my chicken and fish and beef sometime. Yeah. How does being unclean affect our palal? Well, Nicole, it has to do with your obedience or disobedience. Now, sometimes you're going to be unclean just because of what you're doing, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't hear your palal. Like I was saying earlier, a priest who unalives an animal for sacrifice, he's going to be unclean, okay? Because he has to cleanse himself. He has to wash himself of the carcass, of the blood and everything else that he just dealt with. But it doesn't mean, when it says unclean, it doesn't always mean that you're in sin. Okay, not always is it considered sin when you're unclean. It depends on what we're talking about. Just like what I was just talking about with the priests. When they unalive an animal, they're going to be unclean. But that doesn't mean that they've committed sin. They're doing the act of service before Yahuwah. It is just not to cross-contaminate to other things, other materials. That it's to show how to be clean. To have clean hygiene. Oh, I see, Nicole. Yeah, no, that's not going to change your palal. Just because you're having that time of the month for your Kodis, when you have that flow once a month, that doesn't make you, or to say that your palal isn't being heard, because this is a natural thing that you all are going through. Okay, that has nothing to do. That's why I'm saying not all the time when you're unclean doesn't mean that you have committed sin or a transgression of the law. There are laws that have to do with bodily discharge, and that's one of them, and you have to conduct yourself as such, but that doesn't hinder your palals to Abba Yahuwah. Okay, so now let's go back to the millennial reign. I forget the person's name. Was it RJ or DJ? I can't remember your initials. You were asking me about the millennial reign. Could you put your question back up here so I can see it on the comments, please? I can't remember exactly what you asked me. Aki, can you explain Leviticus 22:28? Leviticus 22:28. I don't know that off the top of my head. Let me go and look. Yes, Cody Jackie. I definitely need to break this up here in a minute. Leviticus chapter 22, 28. But do not slay a cow or a sheep and its young on the same day. Let me see. Let's put that into context, because if I just go with verse 28, isolating a scripture, it doesn't really tell me much. Let me see. I just got a text here. Let me see what the text said. Aki Emmanuel. Let me see here. You're at 3 hours and okay, I understand that. There was another one I just saw. Where did it go? Oh, Aki Emmanuel. You said that Cat Vargas has an ill son with liver disease and is. Yes, we would definitely. Oh, okay. Okay, that was a. Okay, I was like, huh? Okay, we would definitely do that, Aki. Let me write this down. All right. Okay. Let's go back here. And let me see. Oh, so yes, 22:28 of Leviticus. So before I read this, I got to go back a little bit. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, verse 26, saying, when a bull or a sheep or a goat is born, it shall be 7 days with its mother. And from the 8th day and thereafter, it is acceptable as an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. But you do not slay a cow or a sheep and its young on the same day. And when you slaughter a slaughtering of thanksgiving to Yahuwah, slaughter it for your acceptance. It is eaten that same day. Leave none of it till morning. I am Yahuwah. Okay, so it sounds like that the bull, the sheep, or the goat that is born, it shall be with its mother for 7 days before it can even be required to meet the requirements to be put on the slaughter place. Yahuwah doesn't want a lamb, bull, or goat. Back in those days when it was still permissible to sacrifice animals to Abba Yahuwah, you couldn't unalive these the bulls, sheep, and goats before the 8th day to him. You couldn't do it. As far as that same day, I'm assuming it's talking about that you couldn't do it on that day, like on the 7th day. It has to be after the 7th day on, and from the 8th day. Thereafter, it is acceptable. But do not slay a cow or a sheep and its young on the same day. So it's not talking about you can't slay a cow and a sheep on the day together. That's not what he's talking about here. I think it's the way the translation makes it sound like you can't slay them all on that same day. It's talking about before the 8th day. You can't do it on that same day. That's my understanding of the reading. Okay, let me see here. Let me continue. Yeah, Muslims not palaling on their menstrual cycle. Well, they're out anyways because they're following the wrong deity. So they can continue not to palal. It's not like their palals are being heard by Yahuwah anyways because he doesn't answer their palals. Just like a lot of Extians. Everybody thinks that their palals are being answered. The only ones that are being answered are the ones that he knows who they are and the ones who are going to follow this truth. So he'll take us through Christianity. He'll take us through Islam. He'll allow us to be in it for years, for decades, most of your life even, until one day he opens up your eyes. He has been guiding you. Even though you was in all these paganistic religions, he was guiding us to bring us to this truth. Run JLC. Okay, so you're the one. So what did you say about the millennial reign? What was it that you were asking me? Let me catch up here, because you might have already wrote down your question again. Daniel. Yes, that was the other thing. So we just got off of the the 6,000 years we were talking about. But let me see here. Might have to go back into that. You said the Epistle of Barnabas, chapter 13, verses 3 and 6. Okay. Let me see what Run RJ was talking about. Let's see where we at. Run JL, you had asked me a question about the 1,000 years. I was just wondering if you was gonna put it back up here. I think you were the one who asked me that question. So we're going to get ready to end this live, and then we're going to come back. I need to break this up. Question, Michael says, if it's too personal, I understand, but have you received the fire that you're saying the immersion of the fire of the Ruach HaKodesh? Yes, I have. But it's not with the evidence of speaking in tongues, as Pentecostals like to say, because nowhere in Scripture does it say with the evidence. With the evidence. A lot of apostolic and Pentecostals love saying with the evidence of speaking in tongues. During monthly cycles, of course, why couldn't you, Nalia? Of course, yes. Nothing is prohibiting you from doing what you're supposed to do. Yeah, swine and everything. That's why I don't like to eat much anymore. Okay, what is the millennial reign? So the millennial reign, Run JLC, as we're told in Scripture, if we go to Revelation chapter 20, is where we hear about the millennial reign. And then we're going to break from this live, and we're going to come back up, okay? So here in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, it says this, "And I saw thrones, and they that sat on them, and judgment was given to them. And the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yahusha," that is our Messiah's true name, "and because of the word of Alua Elohim, and who did not worship the beast, nor his image, and did not receive his mark upon their foreheads or upon their hands. And they lived and reigned with the Mashiach for 1,000 years." You see that? 1,000 years. Now notice what it says here. "And the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended." Until the 1,000 years were ended. Okay, this is the first resurrection. That's what we all want to be a part of, is the first resurrection. So that's what we want. So now if we go down here to verse 7, it says, "And when the 1,000 years have ended," so this is a literal 1,000 years. "Once the 1,000 years have ended, Satan shall be released from his prison, and he shall go out to lead the nations astray, or to deceive the nations again, which are in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them for battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea." So now, if we go to Ezekiel, and let's read this. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39. So you see here that I wrote down Gog and Magog. Now, this is the millennial reign right here. So it first starts off, you know, this dry bone prophecy of Ezekiel chapter 37. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say that there are symbols and layers and patterns in Scripture. The book of Ezekiel literally lines up with a lot of the other prophetical books in this way. So let's read this here, starting at Ezekiel chapter 37. Notice here, many of you know about the dry bone prophecies, okay? And there are different applications, many different applications, but there's one interpretation of what is getting ready to go down, and that's what we're getting ready to read. "And the hand of Yahuwah was upon me," that is upon Hazakal, you may know him as Ezekiel, the Nabi, the prophet, "and took me out by the Ruach of Yahuwah, and set me down in the midst of the valley, and it was filled with bones." Okay, this is a vision that he's seeing. He's seeing a vision of a valley filled with bones. "And he made me pass among them all around, and see, there were very many on the surface of the valley, and see, they were very dry, meaning that it has been like this for a very long time. Okay, like literally like petrified bones. All right. And he said to me, son of Adam, would these bones live? Or can these bones live? Some of your translations. And I, Yazakal, said, oh, Master Yahuwah, you know. Again, he said to me, prophesy, or that is to say, speak to these bones, and you shall say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of Yahuwah. Thus said the Master Yahuwah to these bones, see, I am bringing you into a spirit. I am bringing into you, a spirit, and you shall live. So he is going to give us the Ruach. The Ruach is also known as the breath of life. Okay? So he is going to give us a breath of life, and you shall live. This is a prophecy. And I shall put sinews on you, which is like tendon and all of that other stuff, and bring flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put a ruach in you, or breath in you, and you shall live, and you shall know that I am Yahuwah. What we're reading right here is a foreshadow of the first resurrection, what we just read in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, about us coming back alive, those who were beheaded, and we shall rule and reign with him for 1,000 years. So that's what you're reading right here, is the beginning of the resurrection. And so it goes on and says, and I prophesied, and I was commanded, and I prophesied. There was noises, and there was a rattling, and the bones came together, bone to bone. And I looked and saw sinews and flesh came upon them, and skin covered them, but there was no spirit in them. He then said to me, prophesy to the spirit, prophesy to the breath, to the wind, prophesy, son of Adam, and you shall say to the wind, or to the breath, to the Ruach, thus said the Master Yahuwah, come from the four winds, O spirit, O breath, and breathe on these unalived ones, so that they live. This again is the first resurrection. And I prophesied as he commanded me, and the Spirit came into them, and they lived and stood upon their feet, a very great army. And he said to me, son of Adam, these bones are all the house of Yasharal. Remember, for those of you who know the prophecies, he never calls us Christians. He never calls us the church. He never calls us the Gentiles. We are not any of those things. We are and always have been. Even those who are going to be grafted in must all be Yasharal. They must all be Israel. Okay? So the bones represent all the house of Israel. Now, this is where we like to go, and let's talk about a little bit of the lies that we've been taught. So you have these people who call themselves Jews and are not, that are claiming to have fulfilled this passage of Ezekiel chapter 37, that they are the dry bone prophecy. Okay? But notice that it doesn't say the house of Judah. It says all the house of Israel. That means all 12 tribes, not just one tribe that calls themselves Jews, even though they are not the Jews to begin with. But I'm just making this so you understand that they have lied on themselves, and they lied against the scriptures, and they're telling us that they are the people who fulfilled this passage of Ezekiel chapter 37. But they didn't. Because this is literally talking about a literal resurrection, a physical resurrection, where we are going to be brought up out of the graves, and those of us who are still alive are going to be changed in a twinkling of an eye. This is the first resurrection. Let's continue, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This lines up with Revelation chapter 20. Okay, so it goes on and it says, therefore prophesy. Let me back up. So it says, son of Adam, these bones are all the house of Yasharal. They say, our bones are dry, our expectancy has perished, and we ourselves have been cut off. Okay, why? Because of our disobedience. We have been cut off. This is what Yasharal is saying. Yahuwah is not dealing with us. We've been cut off. Therefore prophesy, and you shall say to them, that is to the house of Yasharal, thus said the Master Yahuwah, see, O my people. He's not talking about everybody. He's not talking about Christianity. He's not talking about Islam. He's not talking about Buddhism. He's talking about those who are followers of the way, those who know who the Messiah is, because the Messiah is Yahuwah manifested in the flesh. I am opening your burial sites. Again, this is physical. He's opening up our graveyards, and shall bring you up from your burial sites, from your grave, physical, and shall bring you into the land of Israel, physical. This is the promise that was given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You shall inherit this land. And you shall know that I am Yahuwah when I open your burial sites, again, your graves, physical graves, my people, and bring you up from your burial sites. And I shall put my ruach in you, and you shall live, and I shall settle you in your own land. Remember, we're no longer in our land. We're sojourners. We're in captives. We're in our land of our captivity, excuse me. And you shall know that I, Yahuwah, have spoken, and I have done it, declares Yahuwah. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, and you, son of Adam, take a stick for yourself and write on it, for Yahudah, that is the tribe of Yehuda, and for the children of Yasharal and his companions. Who is the companions? Those are the strangers who have been grafted into this tribe. Then take another stick and write on it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, for all the house of Yasharal. This is the 10 northern tribes, the northern kingdom of Israel. And his companions, who are they? Those who have been grafted in, those who are Gentiles who are now Israel. Then you bring them together for yourself into one stick, and they shall become one in your hand. And when the children of your people speak to you, saying, won't you show us what you mean by these? And you shall say to them, thus said the Master Yahuwah, see, I am taking the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Yasharal and his companions, and I shall give them unto him, and with the stick of Yahudah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in my hand. Remember, he is going to bring the two kingdoms back together. No longer shall they be divided, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, the northern tribes and the southern tribes. No, they shall be one group of people, one house, one group of people, Yashra'al, all 12 tribes. And he says, and the sticks on which you to write, they shall be in your hand before your eyes, and speak to them. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, see, I am taking the children of Yasharal from among the nations. Notice that, from among the nations, among the Gentiles, wherever they have gone, and shall gather them from all around, and I shall bring them into their land. This is at the second coming. This is at the first resurrection. It's the same moment, the same event. Verse 22, and I shall make them one people in the land, on the mountains of Yasharal, and one sovereign shall be sovereign, that's our Messiah Yahusha, over them all. And let them no longer be two nations or two kingdoms, and let them no longer be divided into two reigns or kingdoms. They shall no longer defile themselves with their idols like JC and GOD and LORD and the Kaaba stone and the cross. We don't do none of those things. And the Buddha statues and all that other stuff, nor with their disgusting matters, nor with any of the transgressions. And I shall save them from all their dwelling places in which they have sinned, and I shall cleanse them, and they shall be my people, and I be their mighty one. While Dawood my servant is sovereign over them, and they shall all have one shepherd and walk in my right rulings. Notice that we're going to walk in his law, and guard his laws, his Torah, and shall do them, Christians. You can't say we're not supposed to follow the law and the law has been done away with. What, he took away the law and he's going to give us back the law? No. The law has always been enacted and it will never leave. That's why the Messiah says that heaven and earth will pass away before the law and the prophets will pass away. He said, not one jot or one tittle shall pass away from the law. But that's not what Christianity teaches. Let's continue. So we're going to do them. We're going to do his Torah, and they shall dwell in the land that I have given them to Yaakov, my servant, where your fathers dwelt, and they shall dwell there in it, and they and their children and their children's children forever. My servant Dawood would be their prince forever. This is the millennial reign. This is that 1,000-year reign. And I shall make an agreement with Shalom with them, an everlasting agreement. It is with them, and I shall place them and increase them, and shall place my set apart place in their midst forever. This is tabernacling with us. He shall tabernacle with us. And my dwelling place, his Hakal, shall be over them, and I shall be their mighty one, and they shall be my people. And the nations, that's all the non-believers, shall know that I am Yahuwah, and I am setting apart Yasharal, when my set apart place is in their midst forever. Now look, Now we're going into the Gog and Magog. This is after the 1,000 years. So what we just read is the resurrection, the kingdom being set up here on earth, and the 1,000-year millennial reign. Now this is after the 1,000 years, just like what we read in Revelation chapter 20. Let me take you there, and then we're going to read what we're reading here in chapter 38 of Ezekiel. Again, notice what it says here. And when the 1,000 years have ended, verse 7 in chapter 20 of Revelation, Satan shall be released from his prison, and he shall go out to lead the nations astray, which are the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. Let's read what it says here in chapter 38. It should say something very similar. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of Adam, let me bring this down just a little bit. It's like too close to my face. Let me back this out a little bit. Son of Adam, set your face against Gog of the land of Magog. There we have Gog and Magog, prince of Rosh. That is this isn't Russia. Okay, don't stop with all the Christian theology, because this isn't what we're talking about here. The prince of Rosh, this literally in the Hebrew is the prince of the head prince. This is the head prince. Like when we say Rosh Kadash, that is the head of the month. Okay. Rosh here is talking about the head, the leader, the head leader, okay, of Magog. And then it goes on and says Meshach and Tubal, the prophecy against him. And you shall say, thus says the master Yahuwah, see, I am against you, O Gog, prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal. And then you have these Christians talking about, oh, that's Russia, Moscow, and the Tubal Mountains or the Ural Mountains. Come on, stop it. Stop it. These you can find right here. Let me take you to Genesis real quick, chapter 10. It's talking about the Caucasians. Okay. Genesis chapter 10, verse 2. The sons of Japheth. Japheth are the Europeans. His sons are Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yoan, Tubal, Meshach, and Turas. These are Caucasians we're talking about here that are going to come against the land of Yahuwah. Again, set your face against Gog of the land of Magog, the prince, the leader of Rosh, the head, Meshach, and Tubal. I just showed you where that came from. Okay, I'm against you, O Gog, the prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal. That is those who are the leaders of the Caucasian people. And I shall turn you around, and I shall put hooks into your jaws, and shall lead you out with all your army, your military, your horses and your horsemen, clad perfectly, clothed perfectly, a great assembly with armor and shields, all of them handling the swords or weapons. Now notice who else is with them. Persia, Cush, and Put are with them. Are with who? They're with Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal. So who is Persia, Cush, and Put? Oh, let's go back to Genesis chapter 10. Genesis chapter 10 tells us who they are. Let's go here to Genesis chapter 10, and it tells us here, let's go to the sons of Ham. These are the what we call today Africans. Okay? And the sons of Ham, Cush, Mitzrayim, you know that to be Egypt, Put or Libya, Canaan. Okay? Then it goes on and says the sons of Cush, Seba, Hoa, Sabata, Rama, Septica, Rama, Sheba, and Dedan. And then this is where we get Nimrod. Did you not know that Nimrod is considered, and he is from, he has the blood of the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians are the Cushites. They're from the land of Cush. So is Nimrod. Nimrod is a Cushite. He is an Ethiopian. Or was, I should say, an Ethiopian as we know it today. Oh, yes, I have been. I'm up and down, up and down. Thank you, Tudata. So now let's go back here. Let's look at this again. So here, verse 5, we have Persia, Cush, and Put are with them, all of them with shield and helmet. So not only do we have the Yaphites coming at us, but we also have the Hamites coming at us. And who are they coming after? They're coming after the Shemites. And the Shemites have those who are DNA Shemites and those who have been grafted in as Shemites. Okay? So we're all on the same page. And then it goes on and says here, Gomer and all its bands, the house of Togomar from the far north, that's the European area, the European continent, and all its bands, many people are with him. Be ready, prepare yourself, you and all your assemblies that are assembled unto you, and you shall be on guard for them. After many days, this is after the millennial reign, you shall be called up. In the latter years, you shall come into the land of those who have been brought back from the sword. Who's been brought back from the sword? Yashra, all 12 tribes. They've been resurrected from the grave, from their burial sites. They're gathered from many people on the mountains of Yasharal. So again, notice it. In the latter years, you shall come into the land of those brought back from the sword and gathered from many people on the mountains of Yasharal, which had been a continual waste. So what is it talking about here? It's talking about those of us who have been scattered to the four corners of the earth. We have been brought back from all these places of our captivity in the land of our sojourning, and now we're brought back to a land that has been demolished, that has been destroyed. How was it destroyed? What we know as the battle at Armageddon. That's going to happen over there near Jerusalem. It has been brought back from this continual waste. Notice what's happening over there, even to this day. It's continual. What does it mean to be a continual waste? A continual destruction. There's nothing but war going on over there. They might have moments of peace, and then all of a sudden war breaks out again. This has been going on for centuries. It goes all the way back to the days of the Crusaders, and even back before then when they were fighting against the caliphs. We see it even now between the Palestinians who are Hamites and those who are the so-called Jewish people who are Japhites. Those two are always fighting against each other. Okay, and they both have something to do with us being put into servitude, into slavery. The Hamites gave us over to the Yaphites, and the Yaphites took us over the ocean and brought us to a land that we didn't know, nor did our forefathers know, and they got us to serve wood and stone, these other mighty ones that we didn't know, like JC and Allah and all these other things that had nothing to do with the truth, that had nothing to do with Yahuwah, that had nothing to do with him coming down as Yahusha. So it goes on and says, and after many days you shall be called up. In the latter years you shall come into the land of those who have been brought back from the sword, which is us, and gathered from many peoples, which is us, from the mountains of Yasharal, or to the mountains of Yasharal, or on the mountains of Yasharal, which had been a continual waste, but they were brought out of the peoples, that is, out of the Gentiles, out of the lands of the heathens, and all of them shall dwell safely. Ain't nobody dwelling safely over there right now, and these people say that they had fulfilled chapter 37 of Ezekiel. Since the day that they got there in 1948 and onwards, it has been a perpetual warfare going on over there. Perpetual. Verse 9, and you shall go up, coming like a storm. This is talking about the Gog and Magog people, the Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal, and the Persians and the Cush and the Put. They're coming. They're coming from every side against us. And you shall go up, coming like a storm, covering the land like a cloud, you and all your bands, many peoples with you. What did we just read in Revelation? Didn't it say something like that? And he shall go out to lead the nations. Satan shall do this. The nations astray, or to deceive them, which are on the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. And they came up over the breadth of the earth, surrounded the camp of the set apart ones and the beloved city, that would be Yahushalom, and fire came down from Alua Elohim from heaven and consumed them. So let's go back to Ezekiel 38, or 38, and let's continue to read. Again, and you shall go up, coming like the storm, covering the land like a cloud, you and all your bands and many peoples with you. We just read how they came up like the sand of the sea. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, and it shall be in that day that words arise in your heart, and you shall devise an evil plan. And you shall say, let us go up, or let me go up against the land of unwalled villages. Does Israel right now have unwalled villages? Nope, they're separating themselves from the Palestinians with all kinds of chain link fences and these huge concrete walls. And they have, what do you call it? I'm trying to think of checkpoints before you can even enter into the areas of Israel. They're not dwelling safely at all. And you just saw that 2 years ago on October 7th. when they had their so-called 7. So it goes on and says, and you shall say, let me go up against the land of unwalled villages. Let me go to those who rest, who dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls, having neither bars nor gates. Why? Because this is the millennial reign. This is the year, this is the 1,000 years of peace. There was no reason for us to put up walls or checkpoints or any of this stuff. This is yet to come. And so they're coming to take plunder and to take booty, to stretch out their hands against the waste places that are again inhabited, and against a people gathered from the Gentiles, the heathens, the peoples, acquired livestock and goods, who dwell in the middle of the land. That is why we call it the Middle East. It is the middle of all the earth. Sheba and Dedan and the merchants of Tarshish and all their young lions shall say to you, have you come to take plunder? Have you gathered your army to take booty, to bear away silver and gold, to take away livestock and goods, to take great plunder? Therefore, son of Adam, prophesy. You shall say to Gog, thus said the Master Yahuwah, in that day when my people Yasharal dwell safely. Would you not know? Are you not going to know it? Of course they're going to know it, because he's going to be here on the earth with us. And you shall come from your place out of the far north, from Europe, you and many peoples with you, all of them riding on horses, a great assembly, a mighty army. And you shall come to my people Yasharal like a cloud, to cover the land. In the latter days it shall be, and I shall bring you against my land. He's going to put it in their hearts to come there, in order that the nations know me when I am set apart in you, O Gog, before their eyes. Just like what he did to Pharaoh, he's going to do to this leader, who we know who Gog is. Gog is Satan. Gog is Satan. This is another one of his titles. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, are you the one I spoke of in the former days by my servants, the prophets of Yasharal, who prophesied for years in those days to bring against them, that you bring against them? And it shall be on that day, on the day when God comes against the land of Yasharal, declares the Master Yahuwah, that my wrath shall come up in my face. His anger is going to come up on his face. He says, for in my jealousy, in the fire of my wrath, I have spoken. On that day, there shall be a great shaking in the land of Yasharal, so that the fish of the sea and the birds of the Shamaim and the beasts of the field and all creeping creatures and that creep upon the land or on the earth, and all of the men who are on the face of the earth shall shake at my presence, and the mountains shall be thrown down, and the steep places shall fall, and every wall fall to the ground, and I shall call for a sword against Gog on all my mountains, meaning in all his kingdom, declares the Master Yahuwah, the sword of each one being against his brother. So he's going to put it in their mind to unalive one another, to annihilate each other. And I shall judge him with pestilence and blood, and rain down flooding rain and his bands, and on many peoples who are with him. And I shall exalt myself and set myself apart, and I shall be known in the eyes of many people, many nations, and they shall know that I am Yahuwah. And then if you continue to read, it'll continue on about what is going on. This is after the 1,000-year period. Okay, now after the 1,000-year period, again, this is the destruction of Gog and Magog. You read it in 38 and 39 of Ezekiel, but what happens in chapter 40? Chapter 40 starts telling us about this temple that is going to be created by the Messiah, by the Mashiach. Again, lining up line by line, all right? Line by line, a little here, a little there. It all lines up. It's parallel with the book of Revelation. Parallel. And so when you continue to read all of this, it goes through the description of the temple, which would be the fourth temple, because we're the third temple. This will be the fourth temple. It talks about how there's some other parts in here that are parenthetical information about what Israel is going to do. Some are doing some bad things and all that stuff, but yet at the same time, it's showing you this progression going into the millennial reign. I mean, after the millennial reign and into eternity. And so this is the way you read all of this. And so this comes back to this passage right here about how the Gentiles will also be a part of this group of people. And it shall be that you divide it by lot, as in its inheritance for yourselves, talking about the children of Yasharal, DNA Yasharal, and for the strangers, these are those that have been grafted in, and now they're considered Yasharal, who sojourn in your midst and who bear children among you, and they, meaning the Gentiles, these sojourners, these strangers, these foreigners, shall be to you as a native born among the children of Yasharal. Why? Because they've been grafted in. They will be with you. They have an inheritance in the midst of the tribes of Yasharal. So they have an inheritance. They're not going to be licking the bottom of the soles of our feet. Those passages that you're talking about is talking about those who are non-believers, not the believing Gentiles, because the believing Gentiles become believing Israel. They become part of Yasharal. They are like one who is born as a native born. Yes, dear. So we see that all of this together comes to a head, that we're all going to be one before the Mashiach. Okay, so we are coming into the time of the Arab Palal. Let's go ahead and Palal, and then we're going to break from this live, and we'll stop this segment, and we'll come back on here in a second. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, to the Atah for this information. Abba, may our eyes be open. May others have received some new information that they didn't know before, as you have given us understanding by your Ruach HaKadosh. Abba, to the Atah for this day, for this Yom. Abba, as we come to you at this time of the Arab Palal, we ask, O Yah, that you do not allow your Ruach to be taken from any of us, but that you will continue to teach us and guide us, and that you would help us to understand more of your will, of your plan, your desire, O Abba, that has been put before us in your word. Put it in our hearts, O Yah, that we may open up your word to hear your voice through these words that have been written by the Nabaim, the prophets that came before us. Abba, we also palal for all those who came in, the first timers, O Yah, that you have touched their heart, and that you would allow them to see that they too have been called to your salvation, O Abba, that you give to everyone who calls upon your name and who are obedient to your Torah. This is our palal at this time of the Arab, in Yahusha's mighty name. Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and Hallelujah, Amat. All right, Mishpachah. So for those of you who are leaving us, let us send you off with the Aaronic Barakah. And let's go there. Numbers chapter 6. And it reads, And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, verse 22, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons. Say, this is how you barak the children of Yasharal. Say to them, Yahuwah barak you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yasharal, and I myself shall barak them. Hallelujah. Yahuwah.
May Yahweh bless you and keep you. May he make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom.
Yes, Onyx, you know the
So
time.
shall you put my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them. May Yahweh bless you and keep you. May he make his face
children of Yahshua, and I were us. All right, Mishpachah. So no, we will be coming back here to YouTube. We will be coming back here to YouTube. I will see you in 5 minutes. Now I will see you in 4 minutes. No, just kidding. No, I will see you in about 5 minutes. See you soon, Mishpachah. Shabbat Shalom.